Hello, everyone, and good morning, and welcome to Uncivil Law. And we are starting bright and early once again in the Karen Reed murder trial, a case that continues to confuse us collectively with how the case is allowed to legally proceed in some ways, because, you know, physics and DNA and no bruising and so forth and so on. It is a case that continues to perplex us. Bringing on the banker boxes, baby. Yep, there's the walk. Bringing in the banker boxes. Lol. Gotta love the banker boxes. Good morning, Jesse. Hope you will get better soon. Thank you for joining us. More banker boxes. No, I think that's the same banker box from earlier. We just took the long way up. And possibly a covered dish of some kind. That it looks like it might be a covered dish of some kind. Are we doing a potluck? What do you bring to the Karen Reed murder trial potluck? That's a good question. What dish best goes with the Karen Reed trial? There's a question I need in my day. Is it macaroni and cheese? Is it chicken and broccoli? What could the covered dish be? It could be an evidence collection device. This is very true, Jacob. It could absolutely 100% be an evidence collection device. Pulled pork, yep. Jelly and Solo cups, yep. Oh, by the way, courtesy of one of our moderators, we have a little graphic. I'm not sure if I can show you this or if there's a way for me to do this. Can I do this? Probably not. Hold on. Talk amongst yourselves. It's too early. I'm barely awake. I'm not responsible for anything that happens this early in the morning. There's a little known legal law that says I'm not responsible for anything that happens at this time of day. Can I just play this? No, I don't. Yeah, I don't. Can't play it. Anyways, we have a graphic for potential giveaways that we might be doing at a later time. That was what I was going to play you. I was going to play you my mod came up with a thing to show you, and like, I can play the theme song. How about that? The theme song is as close as we're going to get.
Sidebar giveaway.
So we have a little theme song if we want to do a giveaway for merch. Something yet to look forward to. There is no giveaway right now. That was just the theme song for a potential giveaway in the future. Am I a coffee guy? Well, I saved myself time by just taking a caffeine pill. It gets me the caffeine I need even faster. 200 milligrams straight into my body, baby. No dose for the win. But yes, I also like coffee sometimes. Rose knows where it's at. I'm gonna post a little. I'm gonna pin you, Rose, because you're thoughtful. Thank you. It's what 2 cups depends on the coffee, but 200 milligrams is a little bit more than a standard cup of coffee. I think a standard cup of coffee is something like 130 or 150. I'd have to look it up. But I think it's a little bit more than a standard cup of coffee. Were you able to post to my channel, Rose? Or no, or is that just the thing that automatically posted?
Yeah, not much there, but the other day actually through the grass and really shot over that.
The 200 milligrams is perfectly fine. I'm awake. Hi. All right, birds, damn. Calm down. Calm down, birds. Shit. Ah!
You're going in right now? Yeah, just wait till they're in. Appreciate it, thanks.
Mr. Jackson there in the background. I'm sorry, Mr. Jackson. I am for real. Never meant to make you gotta cry. I apologize for prosecuting her. Sorry, Mr. Jackson. The entire crew. You're walking in like your crew. Guys, you need to work in on your walk-in. You need to walk in on your Law and Order style walk-in. You need to walk in with more. Oh well. Something for the future. Old school briefcase though. Jackson just has like an old school briefcase. The lady's got dollies, suitcases. Is it the Sarah Boone trial? Are we doing Sarah Boone again? Ah, ads. Thank you. Apologize. Thank you. Gotta remind me. Turn it off. Thank you. Ads are turned off. Thank you. Yeah, you gotta remind me every day to turn it off manually. Sorry. It's early. I'm not responsible for what happens in the morning. Blah, blah, blah. Legal exception. Blah, blah, blah. Something. You're watching from your deck on Lake Hartwell? That sounds nice. Can I stream from there? Can I stream from your dock? Do you have Wi-Fi out there? Can we get Wi-Fi out there? Good morning, everyone. Page B, I'm not allowed to say things like that. When I vaguely compliment a woman, I'm labeled as a creep. No, I'm not allowed to say things like that, Paige. I tried complimenting a female lawyer once with a slightly risque joke, and I took hell on it. Took hell about it for the next 3 months. Sitting at the dock of the lake, watching the trial on my way. Sitting at the dock of the lake, watching the trial go by. Is the video of is the viewing the murder scene going to be streamed? No, only a half day for us, which is just as well. I was happy for my half day yesterday. Incidentally, I played more of the Schedule 1 game off stream. I now own a barn in the game, and I've hired more people to do stuff. And also, I have gotten the equipment in the game to make meth. So, progress is happening. In Minecraft, as the kids say. Is Arca today? Arca's on Monday. Arca is Monday for the Vordir. On Arca. Will Arca be allowed to testify? About what? And so forth and so on. It's a game called Schedule 1. It's a game about drug dealing. It's it's pretty fun. My quest to hire a producer to assist me in this channel continues to go frustratingly poorly. So if anyone has like experience with YouTube channel management and stuff and can help me on the production stuff so that I can focus on streaming, let me know. We're paying. We're offering money. Yeah. What do I think of the judge letting that clip in? I can't be bothered to care for 2 seconds. I think it's legally wrong, but also it was like a 3-second clip and I'm not sure I can be bothered to care. I think she made a mistake and also I don't think I can care. Yeah. Free Karen Reed, let's go. I tell you what, man. I agree with you. I don't know how the state is going to be able to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. It seems impossible. Right now, convince me versus potentially convince the jury is 2 separate questions, because of course the jury is only allowed to consider what happens in the courtroom. So as I'm trying to assess things, I'm trying to assess it based on what happened in the courtroom, right? So we could wind up at the end with a split between what I think, like in my own head, versus what I think the jury might do, which is a strong possibility. But in order for the prosecutor to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt, they're going to have to overcome some things. First, the physics, which is of course a challenge unto itself. And then, of course, the fact that this apparently 7,000-pound SUV traveling at something like 20 to 25 miles an hour had enough force to knock over Mr. O'Keefe and disable him without leaving any bruising, broken bones, torn ligaments, and so forth and so on. It's like, how is that possible? That the taillight shattered and caused the bruising on his arm? No. And that if it did, that the pieces didn't have any of the DNA on them, even though they caused these deep wounds. And also they weren't able to find any of the pieces of taillight during the first and second searches. And also like other things. Like, so how do you overcome all those problems as the prosecution? I don't know. That's a lot to overcome. So I have a hard time believing they're going to be able to convince me beyond a reasonable doubt. But if they're able to convince the jury beyond a reasonable doubt, who knows? So far, the prosecution's doing very well, in my humble opinion, by the way. I think the prosecution has essentially, with what they have to work with, given the constraints they have, I think the prosecution so far has run an essentially flawless prosecution. And the defense has not been flawless, in my humble opinion. So far, at least as to what's happening in the courtroom, favors prosecution. There's a lot of game left to play, but this week so far has been a win for the prosecution. In my humble opinion. And I think the defense has been way too aggressive on cross, over too little. They've been trying to eke out these in my mind are relatively small points and exerting way too much effort to do it. They at least in my mind have been coming off as a bully, overly aggressive. It just has not been working, in my opinion. There are better ways to go about doing what they've been trying to do than what they've been doing. And so far, the prosecution has been essentially flawless, and the defense much less so. So far, within the confines of this trial, prosecution is kicking ass. But there is a lot of trial left to go, so we'll see how it develops. Is it sarcasm? No, it is not. That is an honest opinion. That is my honest opinion. Based on what's actually happening in the courtroom itself, based on what the jury is seeing, based on the confines of the four walls of this courthouse or this courtroom, that is my assessment of where we're sitting at the moment. That is not sarcasm. That is my honest opinion. I was listening to Andrea Burkhart for a while, incidentally, yesterday. I didn't listen to a lot of what she said, but I listened to her for a couple minutes. And it seemed, based on the couple minutes I listened to her, that Andrea Burkhart broadly agrees with my views relating to this matter. It seemed that we're in rough, broad agreement. So I don't think I'm alone on this issue. But yeah. When the witness lies, you have to be pissed and aggressive. Well, I don't think you have to be pissed or aggressive. I think there are other ways to go about it. And you also have to be concerned with, like, how much are you really fighting over? Right? It's like, let me see if I can give you an example. It's like, okay, does it really matter in a material way? Is it really worth fighting over? Let me see if I can give you an example of what I'm talking about. Let's suppose I say that I showed up at the park at 5:15. And then I said at a later time, I showed up at 5:30. Okay, one of the questions you might want to know one of the questions you might want to ask is, does that 15 minutes actually matter within the confines of what we're talking about? It might matter. It might be very important, but it might not necessarily be, right? Maybe the 15 minutes is important. Maybe it's not. But like, even if you want to highlight the discrepancy, it might not necessarily be worth going to the wall over. It might be as simple as saying, okay, in an earlier testimony, did you say 5:15? Yes. Okay, are you now saying 5:30? Yes. And then just like, let it go, right? So, yeah, I still think, your perception in front of the jury is very real. You're being judged by 12 human beings with emotions, and your perception as a bully or all the rest of it matters. So you have to sort of, as a tactical matter, try to assess, does it matter? How much does it matter? How much is it worth fighting over? And so forth and so on. And at least in my humble opinion, they have misjudged the tactical calculation with respect to many of the witnesses and the testimony. Like, for example, does it really matter that much? Does it really matter that much whether or not that first firefighter heard Karen Reed say, I hit him 2 or 3 times? I mean, it's different. But is it really like worth going to the wall over? I'm not sure it is. Right? I mean, as opposed to just simply saying, okay, previously you said 2, right? Now you're saying 3, right? And just letting it sit. I mean, that's my assessment. That's my opinion. You can disagree with it, but that's what I think. I will always give you my honest opinion. There are other people with other opinions, I'm sure. But to me, at least in my humble opinion, Mr. Jackson's cross came off as overall bullying, and spreading too little butter over too much bread, and so forth and so on. There are better ways to go about it. Even Brennan thought it was important to clear up. Yeah, but the way Brennan went about clearing it up, see, that's the thing. It's not about clearing it up. It's not about the discrepancy. It's how you go about it, at least partially. That's what I'm trying to tell you, or at least what I'm trying to express. So what did Brennan spend time on clearing it up? Sure. Did he do it in a better way? At least in my opinion, you bet your ass. So I'm still back to, I don't think the way they went about it was the right way. So that's what I think. Yeah, AJ came in way too hot. Yeah. Well, if he changed the story, did he even hear it all as making up? Again, for like the third or fourth time, I don't know how many times I have to say it, you can highlight the discrepancy, but there are ways to go about it that would be softer and more effective than what they did. So if they previously said 2 and they said 3, you could just say, didn't you previously say 2? Yes. And didn't you say 3? Yes. Right? Did you previously say this and now you're saying this? Yes. So highlighting the discrepancy is one thing, but you should allow it to speak for itself. And you should definitely not ask the ultimate question, which was definitely a mistake. Doesn't that mean you're a liar? Aren't you a liar? Didn't you lie? Don't ever do that. Don't ever ask the ultimate question. It's a mistake. It's a mistake every time. So yeah. In a murder case, everything is important? No. No, it's not. And it's certainly not equally important. First of all, not everything is important. Second of all, not everything is equally important. No. And if you think that, you are not fit out, you are not cut out for this job, man. I'll tell you what, no. Some things are definitely more important than other things. Yeah. Being angry with a witness is more impactful if you're not angry all the time. That too, right? That too. You want to give yourself somewhere to go. You want to give yourself somewhere to get, to be able to move to. So you have some range options. If you start out at 10, you kind of don't have anywhere to go. And then you're kind of stuck there. You don't want to start out at 10. You want to start out at like 2 and move through it. Yeah. You might have to get there in the end. It may be necessary, but it's not where you want to start. Is Proctor going to testify? I don't see how they can't put Proctor on the stand. I think the state almost has to put Proctor on the stand. I'm not sure how they don't. But we don't know whether or not Proctor will testify. But it would be amazing to me if the state doesn't call him, because you're almost positive that the defense is going to call him. I mean, I probably would as the defense. So I think the state almost has to call Proctor. The prosecution right now is just doing an amazing job. Yes, the prosecution right now is doing an amazing job. At the moment, they're kicking ass. Yes. I don't like when they're asked direct. They'll try to qualify the responses when yes or no will do. Sometimes, and not infrequently, yes or no is a trick answer. Right? It's the did you stop beating your wife? Yes or no kind of thing. So sometimes answering yes or no is not really possible. And giving an honest answer. And so, as the lawyer, you want to box them in, but as the witness, it's like this box isn't fully honest. But, you know, it is what it is. You don't think any of the clips have helped the prosecution? I disagree strongly with that. I think the interlacing of the clips of Karen Reed have been tactically incredibly smart. I think lacing in her testimony intermittently has been a very effective strategy, so I disagree. When would be a good time to be aggressive? You want to be able, you want to justify it within its own terms. So you want to sort of work your way towards it. You know, move up a ladder. So assuming you ever get there at all, it's not necessarily required for you to ever get there. Camille Vasquez never was really angry, and she was fantastic on cross, even with some hostile witnesses. So I don't know whether or not that's possible here, but we've seen it can be done. Camille Vasquez never really got angry and aggressive. She found ways to remain relatively soft and still come out looking ahead. She made the witnesses look like a dick, and she came off looking measured and reasonable. Even with hostile witnesses, she came off as measured and reasonable. So it can be done. It can be done. We've seen it done. So yeah. Depp got a judgment against him. If she's actually that good, it would have happened. That's not necessarily true. Jury's gonna jury. Jury's gonna jury. And especially with compromise verdicts and all the rest of it. So I disagree. You know, a lawyer being really, really good and also getting the result is not necessarily the same thing. Those are not the same thing, because a lawyer has to work within the confines of the facts that are provided to them. Yeah, those are not the same thing. A lawyer can be unbelievably fantastic, but they're still confined to the case. And so, you know, that you can only do so much, basically.
Good morning.
For the record, before the court is Como versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. The jury is not present. The matter is on for trial.
Thank you. So, good morning. I heard the counsel wanted to see me about something.
I bet.
All right. Why don't you come on over to sidebar?
Sidebar. Got to have a little sidebar. You know, there should be coffee at sidebar. I feel, yeah, you know, if I become a judge, I feel like there should be coffee or maybe tea at sidebar. I have a little, maybe some cocoa. Everyone's happier if they have cocoa, right? We'll have a little cocoa. Be nice. Free cocoa at sidebar at Judge on Civil's courtroom. Why is no one in the gallery? Oh, because it's a half day, but still no one's there? Damn. I guess no one wants to come today. All right. Well, gallery's empty. There's a restaurant in your town called Sidebars in the Law District. Of course it is. Of course there is. Yeah, no. I mean, this is not like the first time anyone's ever had this idea. Open a bar called like Sidebar next to the courthouse. Yeah. Tell me a news story. Oh yeah, geez, there's a bar in my town near the courthouse. It's called Sidebar. Oh geez, wow, what are the odds? What are the odds? Surprise, surprise. Good times. Ricada called Kurt a womanizer. That's a little rich. Calling me a womanizer, that's a little rich of Nick Ricada. If Nick Ricada called me a womanizer, that's a little rich. Okay, noted. Yeah. You know how we're treating those dining waitresses? You know it too, man. Are we watching the same trial? I don't know if we are or not. SGR, I just provide you my opinion for whatever it's worth. All right. You are muted. You are unmuted. Speaking of which, now would be a very good time to check our merch shop. We have a You Are Muted and You Are Unmuted mug that's available for purchase, so that you can use the You Are Muted and You Are Unmuted in your office life. You can just turn the mug around as needed to send the message to the person you're talking with. So check out our merch shop. We've got some nice merch, including the You Are Muted, You Are Unmuted merch. Voir dire is on Monday, and you did spell it correctly. You didn't spell ARCA correctly, but you did spell voir dire correctly, but that's okay. The fan is fine. The lighting could use some help. I'm not a fan of the boob globe lighting thing. Yeah, that's not really working for me. Voir dire. We still need to develop our OnlyFans merch. Maybe over the weekend I'll put something together for Monday. Thank you, Smudge the Cat, for becoming an uncivilian. It is appreciated. Motion to tape some glow sticks to the fan blades. We could put some LEDs on there. Yeah, no, that'd be cool. You put some LEDs on there like you do on a spinning wheel on a car, and then you could get to send messages. That could be good. Yeah. They are field tripping later today. It's a half day today. Thank you for the 600 of you who are currently here and spending some time with us. We do appreciate it, by the way. Little stuffed animals on the fan. Yep, 100%. Appreciate it. 1979 Iceman, 499. Did you see the state withholding order did not state El Salvador, instead cite Guatemala? Does that change things? I don't know anything about that. And there are multiple different cases, so you have to make sure that you're reading the right one. But thank you for your super chat in any case. But yes, if the withholding order actually stated Guatemala and they deported him to El Salvador, then obviously it wouldn't be in violation of the order. And so that would no longer be the problem. So if that were true, then that would be, that would sort of be the end of the game, I guess, because in that case, you would have a valid deportation order. You would have a stay that said don't deport him to Guatemala. They, in fact, deported him to El Salvador, so that's the end of the game. So if that were true, then that's the end of the game. But make sure you're reading the right case. There are many different immigration cases, so you gotta... I say this as someone myself who has made mistakes because there are so many different immigration cases, and I've made mistakes on like remembering which facts relate to which case. It's like, oh, is it Venezuela or is it El Salvador? Is it Guatemala or is it Panama? Is it this or is it that? Keeping it all straight in your head sometimes is a little challenging. You don't believe the cross was effective? No, I do not. You can ask me the same question multiple different ways too, just like AJ did, but you're only going to get the same answer. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? You can try asking me the same question, but I'm going to give you the same answer every time. And if you want to get fighty about it, then, you're still going to get the same answer. No, I did not think it was an effective cross. Do we get to go on the field trip? Sadly, no, we are not invited on the field trip. I'm disappointed too. We'll just have to pretend. I suppose we could pull it up on Google Maps and we could just like pretend. They're on the field trip now? No, I don't think so. I think it was scheduled for the afternoon. Although that would explain why no one's in the courtroom if that were true. Do we just have Spinny Fan then? Are they on the field trip now? Do they literally go in the morning and they're doing the half day in the afternoon? Are we just stuck with Spinny Fan for the morning? Okay. Field trip first? Okay. I was under the impression that field trip was in the afternoon. But if field trip first, then I guess we get 4 hours of OnlyFans content. That is a lot of OnlyFans content. Please tip your server. I'm a private dancer. Dancer for money. Do what you want me to do. You heard court at 11? Okay, two hours of OnlyFans content then. All right, pressing on. Well, I mean, in the interim, we can see if there's any court cases for us to respond to, or if there's anything else we can talk about that's court related. We'll give it a couple let me pull up, see if there's anything else for us to talk about. Did the Supreme Court do anything recently? Is there a Supreme Court case for us to respond to that we could do? Let's see. Bluefish, member for 20 months. Thank you very much. Let's see what recent opinions there are in Scottish world. New Mexico judge is off to the jail, or that's sad. Let's see what looks good. What is this? Cunningham versus Cornell. What is this case? Okay, this is some boring ass Supreme Court shit. This is what you guys come for, right? Super boring Supreme Court shit. Let's do super boring Supreme Court shit while we're waiting. All right. Yeah, this is the hot Supreme Court action. I mean, not every case at the Supreme Court's a banger, guys. Some of them are just really technical and somewhat boring. You know, all the cases that you know about, you know, those are the ordinary cases. Those are the extraordinary cases. Let's talk about just normal Supreme Court case, just normal boring case. We turn our attention to the U.S. Supreme Court in the case of Cunningham versus Cornell, which was decided April the 17th. So decided a week ago. And the opinion is as follows. The Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974. We're already off to a great start, right? Man, that's what I want to talk about in my morning. I want to talk about the Employee Retirement Income Security Act of 1974, man. That is where I get my jollies off, man. I want to talk about retirement accounts. Outstanding. Prohibits plan fiduciaries from causing a plan to engage in certain transactions with a party in interest. Ooh, some things you're not allowed to do. You're not allowed to engage in certain kinds of sales and stuff. That's fun. A separate provision exempts from those prohibitions any transaction that involves contracting or making reasonable arrangements with a party in interest for office space or legal, accounting, or other services necessary for the establishment or operation of the plan, if no more than reasonable compensation provided therefore. All right, I mean, I understand that really easily. That's not that hard. Okay, I'm a fiduciary. That means I'm obligated to work for you in your interest. Okay, I'm legally obligated to do things in your interest, and to further your interests and in this protected relationship. Okay. The nature of my fiduciary relationship is I invest for you. I'm an investor. And specifically with respect to retirement income. Okay. So you give me money and I put it away for your retirement, and then hopefully you have more money at the end. That's nice. Now, the law prohibits me from engaging in transactions if there's a party in interest, right? Because then I might be doing things not necessarily for you. I might be doing things for me, and that could be bad. Is the court back?
You are unmuted.
Aw, we're being deprived of Supreme Court time.
Counsel, calm down.
We're being deprived of our Supreme Court time. I know you're disappointed. Wait, no. They're going back to sidebar again. Sorry. False alarm. False alarm. Back to the Supreme Court. All right, great. So anyways, they're not allowed to engage in certain investments if there's self-interest involved. However, they are allowed to buy like office space and stuff despite self-interest, as long as they're getting fair market value. So that's fine. They can buy office space, but they can't make investments on your behalf if there's self-interest. Okay, we understand this. The question presented is whether to state a claim under the relevant law, a plaintiff must plead that the law does not apply to the alleged prohibited transaction. So I want to sue you for the self-dealing. Do I have to, as part of my lawsuit, make an argument that the exemption does not apply? Do I have to, in the first instance, say that, do I have to essentially argue that you are doing this out of self-interest and also that you're not getting fair value for it? Do I have to do that? Whose burden is it? Super, super technical, right? This is what we're in for. Petitioners represent a class of current and former Cornell University employees who participated in the two defined contribution retirement plans. In 2017, the Cornell employees sued Cornell and other plan fiduciaries for allegedly causing the plans to engage in prohibited transactions for record-keeping services with some people that they had, an interest in doing business with. So we think that you made illegal investments. Cool. The petitioners claim the plans paid for services substantially more than the fees. So they you're saying that you did it, for fair market value, but actually not so much. You gave them kickbacks. It wasn't just fair value. You also gave them kickbacks. So you were doing things that were not in my interest. You were doing things to grease the skids and so forth and so on. That's why I'm suing you. Okay, fine. Petitioners claim the plans paid for these services provide substantially more than reasonable fees. The district court dismissed the prohibited transaction claim and the Second Circuit affirmed. The Second Circuit held the relevant law is incorporated, requiring plaintiffs to plead the transaction was unnecessary. So the Second Circuit said that in order for me to sue you, I have to, as part of my lawsuit, make the prima facie case that it was unnecessary. It is my burden, not yours. So whose burden is it? Super, super technical. This is what you guys are in. Hyper technical. This is what you guys pay for. All right, to state a claim under the relevant law, a plaintiff need only plausibly allege the elements contained in the provision itself without addressing exemptions. So it is, in fact, not their burden in the first instance. So their burden on the lawsuit, their burden in order to bring the lawsuit, all they have to do is allege the conflict. They do not, in the first instance, have to allege the exemptions. The exemptions are defenses. They can raise those defenses, but the people raising the lawsuit do not have to raise the exemptions in the first instance. They might have to respond to that as part of their response, but they don't have to in the initial complaint. Okay, yeah. The relevant law contains three elements. It prohibits fiduciaries from causing a plan to engage in a transaction that the fiduciary knows or should know constitutes a direct or indirect furnishing of goods, services, or facilities between a plan and a party of interest. Its bar, its prohibition, is categorical and does not remove from its scope transactions that were necessarily or involved reasonable compensation. So the bar itself is absolute. The exemptions do not impose an additional pleading requirement. So I don't have to, in the lawsuit, address the exemptions. That's only a defense. I don't have to address it in the first instance. When the statute has exemptions laid out apart from prohibitions, and the exemptions expressly refer to prohibited conduct as such, the exemptions ordinarily constitute an affirmative defense. They're entirely the responsibility of the party raising them. So I don't have to address it in the complaint. You can address it in your defense, and then I might have to respond to it, but my pleading is not defective because I did not respond to it in the first instance. Back to the case. Are we going to have a trial yet?
Okay. Thank you.
You absolutely did not. Come on.
Back to the murder trial. What are you guys more interested in? Are you guys more interested in the murder trial or the employee investment pleading standard case? Which of these is more exciting? What are the pleading standards as it relates to a retirement investment lawsuit or the murder trial? Oh, man. I think I lost 100 subscribers while I was doing Supreme Court analysis. I was at 600 and now I'm at 500. I think I lost 100. I lost 100 viewers while doing Supreme Court decisions. That's lame, man. That is just lame. I lost 100 people talking about the Supreme Court. No one cares about the Supreme Court. They would prefer OnlyFam. That sucks.
All rise, we are executive.
Back to the fan. What are we doing? What are we doing? What are we doing? Are we waiting? Is the jury coming in? What are we doing now? How? What? It was the way I discussed the Supreme Court, really? Was the sarcasm too much? Okay, maybe it was. Maybe it was the way I discussed it.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
For the record, before the court is Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, 22 CR 117. The parties are present. Our 18 jurors are present. The matter is on for trial.
And thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning again, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. When we leave you out there, we're very much aware that we're leaving you in another room waiting, but we were working this morning to help streamline things, and we were successful, so we do appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone nodded affirmatively or said yes. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did any of you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Thank you. Everyone said no. All right, folks, as you know, this morning we are going on a view. And a view is simply, we're going to a place that you've heard about and that you will continue to hear about during the course of the trial. The purpose of the view is to help you better understand the evidence, which you'll hear during the course of the trial, and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. So the view that we're going on is part of the case, and it means that the observations that you make there can be used and considered by you in your deliberations
on this case in reaching a verdict. So we're going to, you've heard, 34 Fairview Road in Canton. The lawyers and I will accompany you. For the Commonwealth, we'll be accompanied by Attorney Brennan, and ADA Lally, ADA Schillinger, and for the defense, Attorney Yannetti and Attorney Little. The lawyers will have the opportunity, Mr. Yannetti and Mr. Brennan, have the opportunity to point out various things that they may want you to direct your attention to. Otherwise, there's no conversation between the lawyers and the jurors. So it's simply in a few minutes you'll hear a little bit from each Mr. Brennan and Mr. Yannetti about what they want you to look at, and then when we get there, they'll direct you, look in this direction. They won't be able to testify to you, but they'll direct you on what they want you to look at. While you're in the view, you're not to take any notes, you're not to take any pictures, you're not to conduct any independent investigation at all during the view or any time during the trial. You're not to return to this scene or ask anybody to go back there for you. Today's your chance. You'll see photographs during the course of the trial, I bet, but today's your chance to really look at everything. So the best way to summarize a view is that your job is to simply stop and look. It's really no more complicated than that. So your responsibility is to see the place, observe it carefully, and to remember what you see. Now, during the trip to and from the view, and while at the view, you're not to discuss this case or anything about it with other jurors. We'll be accompanied by court officers who will direct you, and the court officers are there for all of us. So you'll be under their supervision until you're returned back here. So that's basically it. We'll be leaving in a few minutes, but first, before Madam Clerk swears the court officers in, Mr. Brennan, do you want to make a view opening?
May I?
Please.
Thank you.
There's a separate opening for the view. I don't know. I've seen that before. You get a little speech. You get a little speech about the view before the view. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Second opening. Okay, fine. Let's do another opening. Okay. All right, fine. Let's do this thing.
Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. As Her Honor explained to you, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. We have some exhibits that are already in evidence. You haven't had a long time to look at them and study them. But essentially, we're going to go to 34 Fairview Road. I ask you to pay attention to the street, the front yard of the home. And you'll see to the left side of the front yard in the corner, there'll be a car. It's the Lexus that we've spoken about, the defendant's Lexus. And you'll also see a flagpole and a fire hydrant. And so I'd ask you to take a look from different vantage points. Take a look from that area where the flagpole is, from where the fire hydrant is. And you'll see on the street before the grass is a little firm concrete that comes up a little bit. I'd ask you just to note that as you go there. One thing I'd suggest is April 25th, 2025, not January 22nd, 2022. So the weather will be very different. The temperature will be different. The conditions will be different. We're going to go there probably at 10 o'clock. It won't be the same visibility. It won't be the same elements and the same weather. So keep that in mind when you're looking around. When you look at the Lexus, there's a couple things that actually you look at. There is some evidence already of photographs of the right rear taillight. When you look at that taillight, it will be different than the photograph that is in evidence. It has been removed, so it will appear differently, and you'll later get testimony explaining that process. Also, I ask you to make a note on the Lexus about the height of the bumper. I'd ask you to make note of the height of the right rear taillight. And I'd also ask you to take note of, on the top of the hatchback, there is a part that protrudes. I'd ask you to take a look at that as well. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Brennan. Mr. Yannetti?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning. As I told you at the start of the trial, my name is Aidan Kearney. I have an office in Boston and in Dedham. And on behalf of my co-counsel, we will be accompanying you on the view that you will take today. Although the view is not important, even necessary, as you later do your investigation of this case within the four walls of this courtroom. You've already received in evidence, some photos and videos, but there is no substitute for your own two eyes. As we all know, photos and videos sometimes can be misleading in terms of relative distances, depending upon the perspective from which the photo is taken. But your eyes are the best computer that you could bring to the view. When we get to 34 Fairview, we will be pointing out certain things that we'd like you to observe. The house, the second floor window to that house, the 3 front doors in the front of the house, the driveway, the street, the front lawn, and the flagpole. And we'll be asking you specifically to consider the distance between that second floor front window and the front lawn. The distance between the front doors to the house and that front lawn. The distance between the driveway to the front lawn. And we'll be asking you to take a good look at that Lexus. To stand next to it. To size it up. To take it in. You were all selected as jurors because the parties entrusted that you would do a proper investigation of this case within this courtroom. On behalf of Ms. Reed, we have every confidence that you will do a proper investigation. Thank you.
All right, jurors, I have to make something very clear. So the purpose of this view is to help you better to understand the evidence that you'll hear during the trial and to help you appreciate the location and its surroundings. The view you'll take is part of this case. The observations that you make while on the view may be used and considered by you in your deliberations in reaching a verdict. So at the end of the trial, when I explain to you what is evidence and what is not, I'll remind you that your observations on this view can be used by you in your deliberations. Also, while you're in the view, the same way you're not to take any notes or photographs, you're not to conduct any investigation on this case. You really are simply to stop and look, okay? Those are the instructions. We will see you in a few minutes. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk has to swear in the court officers.
If you could all raise your right hand, please. Do each of you solemnly swear that you will take the jury upon the premises in question and there suffer them to view the same or any property, place, or thing bearing upon the issue in the trial as the parties may think necessary, that you will not permit the parties to enter into a debate in the hearing of the jury, nor any person to speak to them unless it be the attorneys of record, then only to point out such places or things as they may deem expedient for the determination of the issues, that you will keep the jury together until they shall return to court, unless the court shall otherwise order, so help you God. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, please. Jurors, follow me.
All right, guys. I guess they are doing the view this morning. So the view is underway. The view in all of its exciting glory is happening. We're going to make a little trip to 34 Fairview. Exciting and fun. I feel like we should pull it up on Google Maps and we should also do a view ourselves. We can also do a view. Let's also do a view. Let's get some Google Maps involved in this thing. All right, 34 Fairview. Canton, Mass. Do I have street view of this thing or no? Is there no street view of this thing? There's a photograph and it's blurred out to all hell. That sucks, but there's no street view. That sucks. No street view? How can there not be street view of this? How's that possible? Does Apple Maps have a street view? This is some bullshit. Hold on. 34. Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Can I not pull up Apple? I want maps. I want maps. Can I not pull up Apple Maps on the web? Is it only an app? That's some bullshit. All right, how about Google Earth? Does Google Earth have anything to share with us on this exciting day? It does, sort of, but not a street view. I just got a top-down view. Well, I guess it's something. There apparently is 34 Fairview in all of its glory. From the top view. I don't see a flagpole, and I'm not sure I see a fire hydrant either, to be honest, at that resolution. But, you know. Yeah. The road needs help. The road definitely needs some love. All right, let's try Zillow. Zillow to the rescue. Zillow. Oh, we got some nice. Yeah, we got some nice photos from courtesy of Zillow. Oh yeah, we can make this work. This is fine. All right. Yeah. So there's the house. I imagine it will look roughly similar to that today, given the weather conditions in all of its glory. It feels a little plain. You know, the brown on brown. I feel like it needs some sort of color to make it pop a little bit. And the door also sort of just it's brownish, tannish. I mean, everything's just brown on brown on brown. The roof is brown. The garage door is brown. The side paneling is brown. Both front doors are kind of brown. The molding around the windows is brown. The brick is brown. The siding surrounding the brick is brown. Everything is brown. Yeah. I mean, I really feel like it could use some different colors to make it pop. It could at least use a colored front door or something to make it pop or something. I don't know. It feels a little bland. Yeah, I don't know. It's not quite working for me. I have to be honest. Here's a side view. I'm not sure what C stands for. Maybe C stands for cookie. C is for cookie. That's good enough for me. Here's an interior shot where Mr. O'Keefe was that fateful night, I'm sure. We got a little bit of color inside. The blue is not bad. At least it's a little bit of color. They got a boob light, though, on the ceiling. That's got to go. Got to get rid of the boob light. The carpet, I feel like we could do something maybe different with the carpet. The wood also feels like it could use some love on the banister. Feels like maybe it could use another coat of stain or something. Feels like it's a little old. Could use some love there. We got a nice little fireplace. That's nice. I like the fireplace. The TV over the fireplace. That's cool. The TV fits nicely in between the roof molding. That's nice. We also got recessed lighting. That's a little bit more modern. I like that. The flooring I like a lot. The wood flooring is nice. This room pleases me. Got little like accents on the shelf there, kind of like behind me. That's kind of cool. I like that look. Big glass vase on the floor. That's kind of interesting little accent. Nice little ottoman there. Brown couch. Nice access to the pool area. Nice view of the backyard from there. That's nice. I like that view. This room pleases me. Little accents on the mantle of the fireplace, little red bottles, and some sort of sign that says something in the left corner of the mantle. Live, laugh, love, or some other sort of bullshit, generic saying, I'm sure. Well, we got a little American flag there on the left ledge of the mantle. Little, I'm guessing, wooden American flag in the shape of the United States. That's cool. I like that. It's a little hidden the way it's propped up, but I like the idea. Nice accents on the wall. Got a little, 4-piece thing on the right part of the wall there. I assume that's meant to refer to the seasons, given the color scheme. Spring, summer, fall, winter. Looks like it's the right color gradient for that kind of look. On the left-hand side, what I would say, I'm not sure. It looks like a fall scene, maybe with like an arch. Maybe it's a picture of a metal arch in like a woods or something. Some faux greenery. That's not bad. I like that. This is a nice house. This is pretty good. Yeah. Okay, this room also is really cool. We got ourselves a little flag off on the left-hand side. Okay. Interesting. Is that Puerto Rico? I believe it is. Are these Puerto Ricans that live here? Maybe they were at the time this was taken. We got ourselves a little American flag on the wooden table. So we definitely got an Americana theme with some, what looks suspiciously like a big rock. I'm not sure what the big rock is meant to symbolize on top of the table, but we got ourselves a little big rock over there. On the right-hand side, we got a star. Kind of looks like a Texas star, but maybe that's, again, Puerto Rico. We got ourselves some wicker furniture. I don't really care for the wicker personally. It's not quite my style, so I'd probably look to do something else other than wicker. The wicker furniture, not quite working for me. The center table, nice enough as far as it goes. The blue striped carpet I do like. I also like that we've got some wood flooring that's exposed, and then on the near the door, I think that's more wood flooring. So we got wood flooring with a little accent rug, and I do like the accent rug. The blue on top of red or brown is nice accent colors. Okay, now we're talking something more I understand. And also we got some white striping on the carpeting to help break up the accent. I like that. So I like the blue accent rug. I like the exposed flooring. The ceiling fan, of course, is nice. Got to have ceiling fan for some circulation. That's good. Plenty of glass. So we got nice little deck area here that we can sit on and enjoy the outside while remaining inside. That's really nice. We got ourselves a fridge on the left-hand side so we can grab ourselves a brewski. On top of the fridge, looks like there might be a TV there so we can watch the game. This is nice. I like this room. This room definitely has potential. This speaks to me. I'm loving it. This is nice. Kitchen. Okay. I mean, again, a little brown on brown on brown, but I think it kind of works here. The flooring, very, very nice. The cabinets, they look nice too. They look relatively new. Maybe a different color choice might be the way to go. Maybe white cabinets instead of brown. But otherwise, I think I like the walls with the bluish color. Nice. White accents on the windows. Thank God. That's nice. Or maybe black cabinets. Recessed lighting. We got some pendant lighting over a center kitchen island. Open floor space. Nice flow. We got ourselves a dishwasher. We got ourselves an oven. We got ourselves a range top. We got ourselves a refrigerator and freezer, bottom chest freezer on the right-hand side. That's nice. Again, good access to the pool. We got ourselves nice lighting, natural lighting in here. That's really nice. This room works for me. The brown seating, I'm not sure I like the faux leather kind of look of whatever this seating covering is. It looks like fake, cheap ass leather to me. Maybe it's not, but it looks fake and cheap. So I don't think I really like that. But overall, this room, this is a strong room. I like this room. This has nice flow to it. This is fine. The ceiling, yeah, the boob light, again, the boob light has got to go. No boob lights in my house, okay? The boob light 100% has got to absolutely go. That's a pass. We got ourselves what appears to be a bright red air fryer. That's fine. That's nice. Yeah. Okay, I mean that's fine. I like this room. Another view of the same room. We also got ourselves a little dining area back there with a nice, I like that a lot more. Like that wooden table with just the wooden chairs, and the covering on the chairs appears to be just a lot nicer. So I do like that wooden dining table with the chairs. That's nice. We got ourselves a better view of the island. We got ourselves a little spice rack, or ourselves a little rack for maybe fresh herbs or something that we could do. That's nice. Also over the dining room table, we've got what looks like, I like that pendant light. It looks like it's got some sort of halo kind of thing going on. We got ourselves also some sort of metal art on the wall to help make the wall look interesting. Also on the kitchen table, some sort of greenery to make as a little centerpiece. That's nice. Again, like the flooring. That's perfectly fine. This is fine. A 4-slot toaster. We certainly have one of those. Yep, 100%. And also to the left of the oven, it looks like we've got another bullshit live, laugh, love style saying in some sort of faux cursive. We got ourselves another bullshit live, laugh, love kind of bullshit whatever thing off on the left. So that's okay. Yeah, that's fine. It's a little basic, but that's fine. I don't see a coffee maker though. That's bullshit. Bathroom. Okay. I mean, other than the fact that this bathroom was obviously designed and decorated by a woman, and it says it in every possible language, that's okay. Apparently, however, we have a toilet paper holder on top of the toilet, and the toilet paper holder appears to say, nice butt. Okay. On the bathroom mirror, we've got ourselves some little potted plants. That's nice. On the wall, we've got ourselves, I don't know what this is, some sort of metal hanger with some sort of flower kind of thing on it. No, that is too girly for me, man. Also, the wall coloring, I don't know. We've got some sort of white with some sort of pink. It almost looks like sort of a pink marble texture kind of thing. I don't think that's working for me. This isn't really working for me. I also could do without whatever bullshit medicine cabinet kind of thing this is sitting on top of the toilet. That is not practical. No one is using that medicine cabinet for anything. That is some bullshit, and we could replace it with something more functional. I'm thinking maybe some sort of metal medicine cabinet would be good, and maybe we could do something with this top coloring. Maybe we could do something to make it less pink. This room is too pink for me. I'm not feeling it. Also, in the mirror, we can see the reflection of yet more bullshit live, laugh, love style sayings. Whoever staged this house likes the bullshit, live, laugh, love. Although the bullshit, live, laugh, love in this example appears to involve a picture of a toilet. Just in case I was confused about what room I'm in, as I'm taking my dump, I can look at a live, laugh, love thing that also features a picture of a toilet. So that's exciting and fun. That's interesting. The sink is fine. I have no problem with the sink. The fixtures are fine. That's fine. The mirror itself I like. I'm not sure about the color on the mirror with the accent, but the mirror itself is good. I like that. This room has potential, but it could use a little love and perhaps slightly less girly if you don't mind. I don't want to take a crap in this bathroom. I don't feel welcome in this bathroom. Okay, this is not the place for me to express my number twos. I'm not. I do like the plants though. The plants can absolutely stay. That's nice. I do like that. So that's a win. All right. What else? What else are we doing over here? All right. We got ourselves a laundry room. This one I like. Laundry makes me a basket case. Since 1977, laundry sucks. Okay. We got ourselves, again, a boob light, but without the boob. We just have exposed boob light. We got ourselves an exposed boob light, no protector over here. Fortunately, we get some daylight in the laundry room. That much I very much approve of. That's nice that we get some daylight in the laundry room. That's nice. Washer dryer. The blue cabinets are perfectly fine. I like that. The bath mat in front of the washer dryer, why? I suppose to stand on as maybe you're folding or something, is that sort of the idea? But I don't really like the bath mat here. There's got to be a better way to go about that, or at least get ourselves a mat that like fits the space. I don't really, and also I don't really like the texture of the bath mat in this room. So maybe we could do something. If the idea here is it's a place for me to fold or something, so it's something for me, soft for me to stand on. I think we could do something else with that idea in mind. But yeah, I mean this is fine. We got ourselves a bucket of some kind that appears to say clean. We got ourselves a what's it called? Called an accordion. We got ourselves an accordion file folder. Maybe that contains some Karen Reed secrets, unclear. Maybe that's where some of the evidence is, unclear. This room is a little small, but functional. So, this is fine. And I do like the daylight. All right, what else we got? The exposed cords looks cheesy. Yeah, I agree. There's got to be some way we can hide the cords. So that's a little, there's got to be a way we can hide the cords. That's not necessarily ideal. I agree with you. If we could find a way to hide the cords or make them less apparent, that would be nice. And then next to the laundry sucks, we've also got a sign. What does that sign say? I can't tell, but we've got ourselves some more cursive over next to the laundry sucks sign. Not quite sure what it says, but some more live, laugh bullshit, I'm sure. All right, what else we got? Master bedroom, presumably. Okay. That ceiling light, I feel like, is way too small for this room. Also doesn't really quite match the rest of the decor. The carpet looks okay. Brown again, a little much, but at least we've got ourselves not brown. We got ourselves some brown window shades. I'm not sure, or window curtains. Not sure about that. There's not as much daylight in this room as I would like for what presumably is the master bedroom. We got ourselves a mirror, holla. And we also got ourselves a TV. That's nice. The table next to the TV, I'm not quite sure what we've got on that. Some sort of, that's just the TV leg. Oh, this is weird. Yeah, we've got the TV on two different surfaces. See one leg of the TV is on this wooden table, and the other leg of the TV is on that other table. So we've got a TV on two different tables. Yeah, I don't like that at all. We've got to find ourselves a surface that's big enough for the TV, or just mount the TV to the wall, one of the two. Yeah, but I don't like that cobbled together thing. That's not working for me at all. Our dresser next to the bed is perfectly fine. Not quite sure what's on the floor next to the dresser. Are those supposed to be shoes? Are those balls of yarn? Not quite sure. We got ourselves a lamp with a strange sort of base on this lamp. It doesn't look even. Okay. But at least it matches the color scheme of the room, so that's nice. And then on the far corner, we got ourselves a matching lamp on top of another dresser. We got ourselves, you know, the bluish matches the blue of the sheets. The bed is not exactly the most well made. It looks like my bed does most days, to be honest. But you know, we're taking pictures for Zillow, so we could have spent a little bit more time making the bed look a little less frumpy. Would have been nice. So I don't know about that, but you know, that's okay. And again, I really wish we could do more in terms of natural daylight. Maybe we could get rid of the mirror, and maybe we could put in more window. Maybe we could make the entire wall a window. And so we could get ourselves more daylight in this room. That'd be what I think I'd do. I think I'd knock that center part out and put myself another window in there and just get more window. Maybe one big window, but you know, at least, you know, get myself a third window to fit the space. But yeah, I think that's what I would do. Get myself more windows so I could get myself some more daylight in here. But otherwise, this room is workable. Okay, is this the same room or is this a different room? I think, yeah, this is a different bedroom, presumably. I think this is a different bedroom. Based on, yeah, because the carpet's not the same, isn't it? Yeah, the carpet's different. All right, so we got ourselves, this is a different bedroom. Daylight, a little less great, but it is a guest room, presumably, so we can let that slide. Got ourselves a closet. The carpet's fine. Again, boob light. Boob lights have got to go. Okay, I'm putting my foot down. I'm putting my foot down as the man of this house. No boob lights. We can do better. No boob lights. We're not doing boob lights. I'm putting my foot down. No boob lights. It looks like shit. Also not a problem in this house, but just in general, no popcorn ceilings. No popcorn ceilings. Popcorn ceilings are absolute fucking bullshit. Nope. No, absolutely no popcorn ceilings and no boob lights. I'm putting my foot down. It's a deal breaker in our marriage, people. Okay? I know. Okay? I have to have a house I like too. I'm not doing it. No boob lights, no popcorn ceilings. All right? Pressing on. Okay, the gray here is working for me. I do like the gray of the walls. I do like that. The gray of the mattress, yeah, that's fine. This bed is a little bit more capped. Not quite sure what we're doing with this towel kind of thing. Presumably that's some kind of accent that we're doing on the bed, but whatever it is not really working for me. I think I just skip it personally. I don't need it. The dresser beside the bed is nice, but no lamp on the dresser, which seems like slightly odd. Also, where am I supposed to charge my phone? Where's my phone charger, man? I don't know. The little half curtain thing over the window, I'm not quite sure about that, but you know, okay. You know? But, you know, fine. Ceiling, fine. This room is acceptable. Moving on. No boob light, though. Yet another bedroom. Okay, somehow we've managed to find a boob light that was even worse than previous boob lights. This is for, okay. At least this boob light is sort of wide. This boob light is some narrow boob ass bullshit. This is an out of proportion boob light. So somehow we found something even tackier and more bullshit than previously somehow. Yeah, this is nipple light. This is absolute bullshit. If you say to me, honey, I love the nipple light, I'm saying we're getting a divorce. Okay? No. We got ourselves a dresser. Dresser looks nice. A TV on the dresser. We got ourselves some curtains. The curtains need help. I'm not sure what exactly we're trying to do with this wispy kind of curtain bullshit. I don't know what wispy curtain. I don't know what we're trying to do there. The bed itself is fine. The gray is fine. I do like the color scheme in this room. This is nice. We got ourselves this sort of tannish buff flooring carpet, but then we got it accented with a gray bed, and then accented with a blue wall, accented with a white ceiling. See, this is much more visually interesting to me. And then we got ourselves some brown or some darkish furnituring. This is much more visually interesting to me. You know, it's not all monotone. It all sort of goes together, but it's not monotone. This pleases me. Let's use the tricolors, or let's use the quad colors to make things do, right? We can just get ourselves out the color wheel. Let's look at the tricolors, let's look at the quad colors and find ourselves some things we can do to make things look a little bit more visually distinct. This room works for me. And sort of what we're going for. We've got ourselves this area carpet. That's perfectly fine. The bed is fine. The gray is fine. The table by the bed is fine. What are we calling this? What are we calling this thing on the wall? I guess we'll call it a dream catcher. But the dream catcher, instead of like the normal things that a dream catcher normally has on it, instead is just pictures. So maybe the dreams have been caught. This is not a dream catcher. This is a dream caught. That's what I'm calling it. That's what I'm calling it. Trademark pending, trademark pending, trademark pending. This is a dream caught. We have the pictures reflecting our life to show the things that we've been involved with. I like the dream caught. The dream caught is much better than a dream catcher. No to dream catcher, yes to dream caught. I'm in for this. Someone said the walls are a little bare. I understand that. We could definitely add some things to the wall. I respect that. I'm not past putting some further things on the wall. This is a little plain. This works, but if you wanted to do some sort of art in between the windows or something, I think that would be fine. We could find ourselves some sort of art we could put in between that to make the wall a little bit more interesting. I think that would be fine. Yeah, I'm down for that. Even like the quilt, I guess, on top of the bed, again, just like a slightly different color. This room would be a pass except for the bullshit, wispy bullshit curtains and the exceptionally bullshit nipple lights. But otherwise, this room would be a pass. But I want to renegotiate the price of this house based on the nipple light. I'm knocking $1,000 off the price just because of the nipple light. You brought me into your home and you exposed me to nipple light. I want at least $1,000 off from the price for emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
Yeah, that's yeah, got it. We gotta talk compensation for my nipple light. Moving on. What else we got? Okay, we got ourselves an American flag. Now I suppose I could be a dick and point out that, strictly speaking, you're not supposed to hang the American flag that way, but that's okay. We got ourselves some sort of not bullshit live, laugh, love saying, but we got ourselves some sort of thing between the walls. We got ourselves we need a new name for this light. This is some sort of new boob light. It doesn't have the little thing. It doesn't have the nipple of a typical boob light. This is a nippleless. This is a nippleless boob light. We got ourselves a cross with the American flag. We also got ourselves a flag on the tablecloth. I apologize, on the bed. We got ourselves a globe and anchor. So perhaps the thing on the wall is also Marine Corps. We also got ourselves what appears to potentially be a folded Marine flag on the bed. So perhaps this is supposed to be Marine themed. But if we're going for Marine Corps as the theme, I think we could do more on that. I think hanging the Marine Corps flag would probably be better rather than the American flag if we're trying to go for a Marine Corps kind of element thing here. The bed covering with this plaid, I'm not gonna say no, but also not in love. So it's acceptable, but maybe we could try to find something else. The grayish plaid, not quite working for me. Again, we got ourselves this sort of half-assed wispy curtain, but this time in gray. I do prefer the wispy bullshit in gray as opposed to white. So if we have to have wispy bullshit, at least it's gray wispy bullshit. How long is the trial supposed to take? 6 to 8 weeks is what they're saying. The carpet, yeah, we got ourselves some totes, presumably because we've got no space. Either that or we're just trying to replicate a Foot Locker look of a Marine Corps kind of thing. So either no closet space or, yeah, it feels a little college dormy. This room is acceptable, except for the nippleless boob light bullshit. I need to renegotiate the price of this house based on this. The blue carpet is fine. It's a little thick and sort of the shaggy kind of carpet, not big file of shag pile. I mean, it's not quite shag pile, but it's in that direction. But otherwise, this room is acceptable. And also I do appreciate that we also got ourselves some color variety, some blue with the gray, with the white, with the gray wispy bullshit, also with the different gray of the bed covering. So we've got ourselves some color and accents and stuff. So at least we're trying. That's okay. The totes act as an accent. Also, the tote still has the label on the tote. That's just lazy. It still's got the sticker from when we bought it at Walmart. Please take off the sticker. Okay, I know. It's not a garage, man. It's, yeah, I don't know about that. What's the small thing next to the ceiling? That might be a fire sprinkler. I think that's a sprinkler is what that is. Which, if it is, then great. The fact that if this house has sprinklers in it, I'm in for it, man. That's fine, man. I don't want to burn to death. Sprinklers are great. Yeah, I think it might be a sprinkler. All right, this room is interesting. All right, so we got a music themed room. Okay, so we got ourselves a Nashville Music City poster, which seems like a slightly odd choice for a Boston home, but okay. And then we got ourselves some records and some album covers. I like that. We're definitely matching the theme. That's nice. We got ourselves a little wood dresser with a small TV there. That's fine. And then on the other one, we've got ourselves, a little bookcase with a lantern on it. The lantern's nice. And we got ourselves windows. That's nice. And we don't have bullshit wispy. We got ourselves those sort of, what do you call these? Kind of accordion kind of shutters. I don't really like that. I find it to be cheap. I just prefer standard Venetian blinds personally. But, okay. I mean, we can replace that. It's fair enough. That's easy as far as it goes. We got ourselves a little closet. I like the molding next to the, under the window. We got ourselves what looks like some sort of metal looking accent. That's kind of nice. Again, the color scheme, we got brown and then sort of the bluish and then presumably white, I think, or maybe a lighter blue on the ceiling, maybe gray. The bed is fine. We got ourselves some sort of pink dust in a jar on the table. Not quite sure what the pink dust is supposed to be. Is it drugs? Is it sand? Is it what is it? And why is it there? Not quite sure. Not quite sure what's going. Is it a can? It might be a candle. Could be a candle. Could be wax? Fair. It could be a candle. That's fair. The gray bedding is fine. This room is fine. I like the theming though. I like whoever put this together. This room is fine. Again, and we don't have a boob light. We've got ourselves a flat boob light, but I'm willing to let that pass. So I mean, you know, the flat boob light is a pass. We can let this room sit. If we want to do that, that's fine. That is workable. What else we got? Okay, this bathroom is better than the other bathroom. Thank God. Can we make the other bathroom look like this bathroom, please? This bathroom is much more a pass. Oh, thank Jesus. Thank you so much. We got ourselves a nice countertop. We got ourselves some more live, laugh, love bullshit on the corner of the bathroom counter. The fixtures are nice. Nice sink. Nice cabinets. We got ourselves some more live, laugh, love bullshit above the toilet itself. The mirror, excellent. The window, excellent for the space. The green shower curtain, thank God. We're doing something to make it a little bit more visually distinct. Thank you. Thank you so much for adding a little bit more color to this. Thank you. On the name of all that's holy, thank you for making that a little bit more interesting. Got ourselves a tiled floor, the toilet. We got ourselves some greenery on top of the toilet. We got ourselves a towel rack right next to the shower. We got ourselves, you know, a little flower pendant light kind of thing. I'm willing to let it slide. Not my ideal look, but I'm willing to let it slide. This room is well put together. Make the other bathroom look like this, please. I beg you. Make the other bathroom look like this. I'd be much happier. This is a pass. This is fine. What else we got in this house? All right. This is presumably another bedroom or a study or maybe an office. Okay, I'm not quite sure what we're doing with the ceiling here. I object to this ceiling. This ceiling makes me think that I'm actually in a commercial office. No. Right? This is the paneling I'd expect to see in a commercial office. Hard pass. This ceiling has got to go. We've got to figure out something else we can do. I don't want to believe that if I'm going to turn this into a home office, which I probably am, I don't want to actually feel like I'm actually in an office with this ceiling. This ceiling is some bullshit. We got ourselves some nice little art on one wall and then nothing on any of the other walls. Just a lot of space for something. I assume that this would be a home office. We got to do also something with the lighting. We've got one light fixture on one side and then no other apparent lighting. The lighting in this room needs a little help. There appears to be natural light coming into the room though, so that's nice. If this is going to be a home office, I definitely need natural light. I do not work well without natural light. I definitely need natural light for sure. I'm not quite sure what we're doing with this small cubby space, but you know, I'd probably put a bookcase there, you know, some law books or something, that'd be fine. We got ourselves a very, very small window in the cubby. Hopefully that is not the only window in this room. If that is the only window in this room, uncivil would be sad. Please tell me that is not the only window in this room. I have a sneaking suspicion it might be the only window in this room. Uncivil can't work like this. Uncivil cannot work like this. Uncivil needs more daylight. So if that is the only window in this room, then I'm going to need to like get rid of this cubby area, and I'm going to need to put in a much bigger window in this room. So if that is the only wall with a window, we've got to have way more window. I need all the window. I need way more daylight in this room. This window is not working for me. You think it might be a basement? It could be a basement. It could be a basement. That is possible. Please don't put me into the basement. Please don't relegate me to the basement. It's my house too. That's one of the saddest things, I think, in a house. One of the saddest things is when basically all the house is basically designed by the woman, and then the man gets like a basement room, or he gets the garage. That's just sad. That's sad. It's like everywhere else is the woman's space, and the man gets this little dinky ass space in the basement. That's sad. Okay, it's my house too. Okay, it's my house too. I'm happy. I want you to participate in it. I also want to participate. I don't want some beige ass bullshit in my house. I need a house that has life in it, and I don't want to be relegated to the basement. Please don't relegate uncivil to the basement. It's not nice to uncivil. Thank you. All right, we got ourselves a weight room. Respect. Again, the American flag. Again, technically hung wrong, but that's okay. Again, it's the basement. We got ourselves a little tiny ass basement window, apparently. Again, I'm going to need more daylight. I need to make this window a lot bigger. We need to do something. I need more than tiny ass little window. Okay, but I do appreciate that we got ourselves a weight bench. We got ourselves 2 weight benches for some reason. Oh no, that's not a weight bench. I'm sorry. That is a lat pull down. Well, it's both maybe. We got ourselves a rack with no barbells on it. We got ourselves a rack, but nothing on the rack. We got ourselves a lat pull down. We got ourselves some dumbbells. We got ourselves a heater. And we got ourselves matting for the gym. That's fine. Needs to be cleaned though. This weight room could use some work. This weight room could use some work. I'd really like to have a cable machine if I could, because I like cable-based workouts. So that I'd really like to have a cable machine. You can do a lot with the cable machine. But, you know, it has potential. It also appears to have exposed taps, I presume, for a washer heater. We need to cover that up. We need to do something about the lighting in this room. We also need to do something about the paint job in this room. Also, how many American flags do we need in this room? The lighting needs help. This room is sad. This room is sad. This room feels a lot like an afterthought. You know? Yeah. This room feels like a total afterthought. Yeah. Yeah, we need to do something else with this space, man. All right, we got ourselves our pool area and lawn. Again, we got ourselves an American flag on the fence. What country are we in? It's so hard to tell. We got ourselves a lawn, and then we just got a pool area, and we got brown on brown on brown. But we do have a nice big backyard. I'll give it that. We got a nice big backyard. I think I'd want to fence in the pool area, not for at least the reasons that if I'm going to play soccer or something back here, I don't want the ball to always go into the pool. So, and also to segregate the area a little better would be nice. So I think we need some sort of fenced in for the pool. But otherwise, I do like the space in the backyard. I like the trees. I think maybe we could have more trees. Maybe we could have ourselves an apple tree or something, or a lemon tree or something, you know? Or maybe a little garden we could have. There's potential here. There's potential. We could have a little garden for some fresh herbs and some fresh tomatoes or something. It'd be nice. The house, though, on brown, we definitely need to talk. Yeah, we definitely need to talk about the brown on brown, man. Yeah. All right. Some fruit bushes. Yeah. Get ourselves some fruit bushes, get ourselves some lemon or maybe a pear tree or something, an apple tree maybe. We can pick some apples, have fresh apples. That'd be nice. You know? There's potential here somewhere. It's blue now. Excellent. The house is blue. Excellent. Someone made some changes. Very good. Raspberry bushes and roses. See, Jen, this works for me. I like this plan, Jen. Raspberry bushes and roses. Now we're talking. We're heading in the right direction. It's like, yes, I like this idea, Jen. I like this idea. We're heading in the right direction. Excellent. Another picture of the yard. It's fine. It's a big yard, though. So we could maybe put up a basketball hoop. Maybe we could have some sort of court, shuffleboard. I don't know. We could maybe do something. We definitely need to have a garden or something. This is a pretty big space. Again, I really think we need to fence in the pool area to make it more distinct. And also for liability reasons, would be nice to have it fenced in a little bit cleaner. Yeah, I think we could put some more trees or something. But, you know, there's potential here. We also need to do something about the grass. Put in a hardier grass or something. The brown areas they're not really working for me. So we need to find a better grass that we can sow seeds for. But potential. The pool has been filled in? Okay, fair enough. Okay, so now it looks like this looks like it is a cement area. So this looks like it's an untended cement area. So first of all, we need to tend to it. So it's not, it's got grass growing on it. It's not supposed to. And we need to do something with this to make it a little bit less sad. So maybe a basketball hoop, maybe something. I don't know, but we need to do something with that. It's not really working. Another American flag. Got to have another American flag. That's important. What looks like a satellite dish, maybe. Yeah, we need to do something with this cement area. We've got to clean it up. Maybe a basketball hoop. Fill it in with grass. Maybe that can be our garden. Maybe that's the garden area. That could be a good space for the garden. We got to do something with that. Another picture of the pool. It's got a little diving board there. Is it deep enough to allow for diving? Hopefully. And finally, we got ourselves a floor plan. So, yeah, floor 1, exercise room, bath, systems. And is it called a bonus room? It is called a bonus room. Okay. Floor 2, we got ourselves a study, the laundry, entry, kitchen, powder room, foyer, dining room, living room, the 3-season room. Only 3 seasons? Why not 4? Put myself a heater there, and I'll put myself a heater. I can afford. Don't limit me to 3 seasons. Don't tell me how to live in my own house. Don't tell me how to live in my own house. 3-season room? Bullshit. It's a 4-season room. I'm going to have a heater in there. You can't stop me. I'm going to sit out here and enjoy the snow. Fuck you. Fuck you. I'm going to enjoy the snow from my 4-season room. Fuck off. Tell me how to live in my own house. Damn. We got ourselves a deck. On floor 3, we got a primary bedroom, a closet, bath, then another bath hall, another bedroom hall, another bedroom with a walk-in closet and another walk-in closet, and so forth and so on. So that is exciting. Better bonus room than bonus hall? Yeah, absolutely. The gross internal area, floor 1, 847 square feet, floor 2, 1,235 square feet, floor 3, 1,130 square feet. The excluded areas, the deck apparently doesn't count, for 260 square feet. Therefore, the total is 3,200 square feet. Measurements are calculated by Circassia technology, deemed highly reliable, but not guaranteed, provided courtesy of South Shore Staging and Photography. Okay, well, South Shore Staging and Photography, thank you very much for all that stuff. So that was exciting and fun. And apparently they were asking $900,000, I guess, or that's what at least Zillow is listing it for, $900,000. I can definitely see that as potentially being a fair market price for this house. It doesn't feel wildly off point. 5 bed, 4 bathroom. They listed as 2,300 square feet, so I'm not quite sure what the different measurements are due to. But they listed as 2,300 square feet, $905,000. Feels like it could be a fair market price for this house. So, fair enough. They did not show us the garage. That's true. They did not show us the garage at all. That's fair. So I hope you enjoyed my housing review. I hope you enjoyed Zillow house tours with Uncivil and getting to know a little bit more about what I like and what I don't like. We're learning a little bit more about uncivil psychology today than any of us anticipated. That's fun. All right, is there anywhere else that we could go look at 34 Fairview? Google Maps didn't have it because it's all blurred. We couldn't really see anything with the Google Earth. Apple Maps apparently doesn't allow me to do anything, and we got Zillow. Is there anywhere else we could go to look so we can do more house tour of 34 Fairview? Is there any more pictures we could have or stuff? You can email me the GIS PDFs. Okay. I will accept your GIS PDF. Redfin, let's take a look at Redfin and see what they've got. Of course, I would have to live in Canton. So that would be kind of a deal breaker for me. But in principle, all right, we got ourselves some more pictures. It looks like kind of more of the same, to be honest, from Redfin. This grass looks even worse. Yeah, I think these are literally the same photos. Yeah, these Redfin just has literally the same photos. That's some bullshit. Try harder, Redfin. Try harder. Whose house is this? This is 34 Fairview. This is the crime scene house. Why do you think we've been looking at it this entire time? Yeah, what house is this? I mean, take an educated guess what house it is. Take an educated guess. Yeah, it's the crime scene house. What, you just joined? Fair enough. Sorry for giving you a hard time. That was my fault. Sorry, my bad. We could take a look at One Meadows. Let's take a look at One Meadows and take a look at that house and see what that's all about. What is the actual address for One Meadows? Is it just One Meadows, Canton, Mass? Hold on. One Meadows Avenue, Canton, Mass. Oh, on Redfin. Okay, great. Is this really One Meadows? Really? Is this house really? This looks nice. Is this John's house? Seriously? Okay, wow. Is this One Meadows? Damn. Damn, that's a nice house. The gray is much more pleasing to me than that brown. I like gray. The slate gray, I mean, it's a little monotone, but I like it a lot better. At least it's got white accents to offset the gray. I like the trees. The trees are very nice. Yeah, this is a nice house. The window above the doorway, I could do without that little like half moon window. I don't really particularly care for that, but it's not like a hard pass. But I do like what they've done with the landscaping. This is promising. Lots of windows. This looks a lot promising. This is okay. We got some brick in terms of the staircase. Yeah, I put a railing on both sides of the staircase, but this is fine. We got ourselves a black door to accent the house. See, this is what I'm talking about, right? Break it up a little bit. Break it up in terms of the color, right? We got a black. It's not slate gray like the rest of the house. This is what I'm talking about, guys. Damn. Oh yeah, this is nice. We got ourselves a garage. We got plenty of windows. Lighting, 2-car garage, nice lawn, nice driveway, little white picket fence kind of thing going on. This is working, man. Yeah. Okay, kitchen area. All right. We're doing better. We're doing better. First of all, no boob lighting right away. I mean, we got better lighting, recessed lighting. Got ourselves some nice pendant lights right over the center island. We got ourselves some nice bar stools. I approve. We got ourselves what looks like granite countertops. I also approve. We got ourselves a nice refrigerator freezer combo. That's nice. Nice little window for, the sink, microwave, stove. We got ourselves a toaster oven in the corner and what looks like a tea kettle or possibly a coffee maker. Respect. Wood flooring. I love the wood flooring a lot. Yes, please. Yes, please with the wood flooring. Love it. The cabinets look nice. The color of the walls works. I could change it, but I would not be opposed to changing it, but I could live with it. We got ourselves a little tile, kind of faux tile backsplash for, over the sink area. That's nice. If we got some recess, it looks like we got, I'm not sure if there's recessed lighting up there, but if there was, that'd be cool. And if not, we could put like an LED strip light. I mean, that would be easy enough. So we could see what we're doing. But I like this. I like this room. I like who put this together. We got ourselves, a little glass cabinet over another little, what would you say? Another little surface area, I guess, potentially work surface. Below it, it looks like it might be potentially a mini fridge or maybe a wine fridge below that. Maybe that's a wine fridge. Approve. Now we're talking uncivil language. This is a lot closer. I'm liking house 2, guys. I'm liking house 2 on this option. So all we need is house 3 so that we can, round out this for the, the which house for uncivil house. So all we need is house 3 to compare to. But so far, house 2 is working a lot better than house 1. House 2, house 1. How much are they asking for this, incidentally? Is there a price on this thing? Hold on. What's the address of this place again? One Meadows Ave. Oh, it was sold for $815,000. So last sold for $815,000 on November 15th. So it's $100,000 cheaper. This is much better. Yeah. Apparently, though, Redfin estimates the selling price at $1.2 million. I'm not paying $1.2 million for it, though. But that's what they estimated at. 1.2 to 1.4. Yeah, that's a little expensive. $800,000, yes. 1.2 million, not so much. All right, what else we got in terms of this house? Let's take a look at some more pictures. All right, so we got ourselves another picture of the kitchen. This is nice. Got ourselves a nice picture of the back place of the backyard. We got ourselves some like old school sort of like gas lamp looking style lighting out back there, which I like. That's nice. We got, nice daylight. We got ourselves a little place for a kitchen table over there with some lighting. We got ourselves a nice chandelier. I like the chandelier over there. That's nice. This is much more pleasing to me. The cabinets look relatively new. This is good. I like One Meadows. One Meadows is nice. All right, we got ourselves a little wine fridge, mini fridge kind of thing. We got some Pellegrino or some beer down there. Some canned beverages, very nice. Little granite countertop area. Some places for some dishes and stuff. Very nice. Little sort of faux stone backsplash. That works. I'm happy with that. We got ourselves again the wood flooring going towards the front door. Nice flow of space. This is working. Living room. Okay. We got ourselves some wicker baskets, which presumably have some sort of sheets in them, it looks like. So maybe it looks like it's a bed, potentially. It looks like it might be a sofa bed. So maybe that's sheeting for the sofa bed because it looks pretty big. Or maybe, yeah, it looks like something like that. We got ourselves a nice little fireplace, probably gas. Makes it easier. So a little gas fireplace, I like. With TV over there, I like. Plenty of lighting coming into this room. Nice recessed lighting. Nice wood flooring. Leather furniture. I approve. This is nice. Another picture of the living room. We got ourselves a nice little area carpet under the couch. Ottoman. Another picture of the leather seating. Another picture of the kitchen that we saw earlier. That's the same chandelier we saw earlier. So that's the back of the kitchen. Nice flow of space leading to another room with nice windows, nice daylight. Again, with the coloring, right? We're just like mixing it up on the coloring. We're just by adding in an area rug just to break things up. We got ourselves a little bit of, looks like an orange maybe in the kitchen area. And then we got ourselves a different color maybe in the living room. I do appreciate mixing it up a little bit. This is nice. This pleases uncivil. This is working. There's another picture of the kitchen table. Simple. Little centerpiece. Nice. Window. Yeah. This is working. This is working. The people at One Meadows have better taste. Now we got ourselves a dining room. I like the dining room table. That's pretty cool. This big ass round table. I like that look a lot. I like those chairs. I like the window. I got ourselves a similar chandelier. We got ourselves a theme of white going on here, but with brown exposed flooring. I like. This looks nice for a dinner party. I'm in. I'd like to have a dinner party at this house. Let's go. Someone knows how to decorate a bathroom. Thank you. Thank you. Now, I could do with a different shower curtain. I'm not going to lie, but we can fix that. We have the technology. Big mirror, 2 sinks, so both me and the missus can get ready at the same time. That's nice. It looks like we've got nice lighting, overhead lighting, so it's plenty of lighting is nice. We need to change the shower curtain. I'd also would not necessarily object to changing the color of the paint on the wall. But at least it's better. At least it's better. I can live with this. The stone look of the countertop is going a long way towards making this a livable space for me. I like the fixtures of the sink. I like the way they look. This is pleasing me. This is pleasing me. We can work with this. We got ourselves another bathroom, presumably. It looks like we've got ourselves a nice window, a nice bath. Again, with the countertop. Again, with a walk-in closet, plenty of space there. That's nice. Personally, I'm not a big bath guy. I would never really use a bath. They're not for me, but you know, if you want a bath, then that's cool with me. That's fine. You can have a bath. Baths are cool sometimes. It doesn't appear to have water jets though, which is sad. There doesn't appear to be any water jets in the bath. So that's sad. It is a little unicolor. Again, I feel like we could do something different with the wall coloring to make the coloring pop a little bit more. It's a little unicolor, but again, the stone of the sink is going a long way to making this work. Recessed lighting. That's nice. Probably want to put some sort of color changing bulbs in there though. So when you're doing your bath, you can have some like little party lighting or something would be nice. Maybe some lighting right over the tub would be nice. We do have a full shower though. I think this is the same room. So we do have a full shower and a full bath. So that's fine. So yeah, we have a full shower and a full bath. You know what? I want to replace the shower curtain with like a glass enclosure. That's what I want to do. We could do frosted glass if you like, but I want to replace the shower curtain with glass. I think that's what I want. But otherwise, I'm in for it. That's fine. Presumably, this is the master bathroom because of the walk-in closet. So that's nice. I can live with this. We can work with this. Okay, now we've got a different bathroom. Black shower curtain for an accent of color, thank God. Home sweet home. No live, laugh. We do have a decided lack of live, laugh, love bullshit. So I appreciate that. We got a little window right by the toilet for, you know, contemplating while I'm pooping. So that's nice. We got, you know, simple cabinets that are different in color, simple tile. It looks like we might have a frosted boob light though. We can't quite tell, but it looks suspiciously like it might be a frosted boob light. But, you know, we can work with it otherwise. This is just a simple bath. I mean, what can you say? This is just a very, very simple bathroom. I do like the fact that they have art on the wall that I can see in the mirror. Thank you for breaking it up. That's nice. Simple mirror, simple sink. No muss, no fuss. Accordion blinds I could do without. But otherwise, fine. Oh dear. Hopefully this is a room for a girl. Okay. I assume that this is a nursery. We got ourselves 2 alphabets in this room. And also we've got ourselves the live, laugh, love thing. We got ourselves a little tiny bookcase. We've got the alphabet on the chair, and also we've got the alphabet on the wall. We also got a picture of an elephant, and we've got some numbers. But not the number 0. We've got the number 10, but not the number 0. Okay. This room is incredibly pink. We've also got what looks like a small toy. Oh, you guys can't see it in the image, but we got a small toy next to the, the dresser that looks like for a toddler. So presumably, and we got ourselves what looks like a baby changing table. So presumably this is the nursery. Fine. Pass. It is a lot. It is very, very pink though. It is extremely pink. Could we maybe do something different with the carpeting maybe? Could we maybe do something different with the drapes in the drapes? Does it have to be quite so pink? Does it have to be all the pink? Could we maybe do a different dresser or something so that it's not pink? Can we negotiate on this, please? All right, this room is presumably a boy's room. Apparently, it is for Ethan. Ethan apparently, presumably likes astronauts. I do like the moon photograph above the bed. Respect. The astronaut saying hi. Respect. Blue curtains. Respect. Again, we got a nice little contrast with the floor and the walls. We got what looks like stars on the ceiling. Respect, but boob light. No respect for boob light. We got ourselves a star themed comforter on this thing with the blue. At least this room is not quite so blue, right? It's got some other colors going on. So I respect that, but we still got to get rid of the blue light. It's also got a lot of daylight. This room was okay on daylight. This room is even better on daylight though. Wicker hamper. Yeah, this is workable. This is apparently the purple room. Apparently the purple room is Ayla's room. We got ourselves some purple textured curtains. I kind of like that. I like the purple. I like the change. The green. Apparently Court is coming back in case you're wondering what noises are in the background. Apparently, yeah, we got some, we'll just leave vague courthouse noises in the background so you can enjoy birds while they're chirping. We got ourselves a green polka dot bedspread. I do like the fact that we're doing a little bit on the color contrast. We got ourselves a nice little totes down here on below. We got little baskets. Really, we should do 3 different colors though. We got 2 green and a blue. It should either be blue, green, blue, or it should be 3 different colors. Or put the blue basket in the middle. Green, green, blue is not working for me. Put the blue basket in the middle, put the green basket on the right, or do 3 different colors. Boob light's gotta go. We got ourselves a castle, once upon a time. Fine. This room works. I like that it's not so mono. We got ourselves presumably an office with a bed in it. We got if that's an office space, we've got to talk about the office table, man. That's not a lot of space for working, man. That's kind of bullshit. I don't know if this is supposed to be an office or what this is supposed to be. We got ourselves a little shelving unit over there. That's fine. I like the window though. Nice lighting. Looks like we got maybe a bean bag or possibly a large pillow or possibly a bed on the left here. We got to talk about the workspace for the office though. That's no good. The chair looks fine. Okay, this room lighting has got to change with the boob lighting, but I like this room. Windows, we got ourselves a nice little sunset thing going over there. Got ourselves some nice lights on either side, dressers on either side. Is this the master bedroom? It might be. I like the bed frame. That's nice. The wooden bed frame, that's nice. We could do something different with the comforter, I think. The pillows are fine. This room is acceptable. It could probably use a ceiling fan though, to be honest. So maybe we could replace the light with a ceiling fan fixture and do something different there. What's the background audio? The background audio is random court noises. It's random court noises from our outside feed.
So you never listen?
Random outside burp choice, random court noises is what our background is. Please enjoy the random court noises. For additional, fun. This room is workable. We can make this room work. What else we got? Walk-in closet. Plenty of space. I don't like the hardware in this room. It's a little cheap looking. The hangers also likewise kind of cheap looking. The dresser, I do like the fact that there's a window in here. I do like the fact there's natural lighting. Looks like space. Let's replace the hardware though, and also once again the boob light.
Okay, so this is Mr. Ballin here. Okay.
Also, could we do something in terms of like having some sort of cubbies for the shoes or something, and so they're not just sitting on the floor? Can we do some sort of shoe management thing so they're sitting in some cubbies or something? Because just sitting on the floor looks a little tacky. So, but yeah, and we got ourselves what appears to maybe be a telescope. I presume to for our friend who likes the sky, so we got ourselves a telescope in here. The telescope's a little in the way right now. Can't you put it over by the window or something? But this room has potential. This room could also use a mirror if there's not already one in here, so you can obviously see yourself would be nice. But I do like the natural daylight. This room has potential. We got ourselves a nice little deck. I like the deck. The wicker furniture outside is working. I didn't like the wicker furniture in the covered 3-season room. I didn't like the wicker there, but the wicker here because it's out, so I saw it exposed the elements. Makes more sense. Simple deck, simple railing. Nice little play area in the back. Got ourselves a little house with a slide and stuff. This is nice. And again, we got that sort of gas lantern kind of style lighting, which I really like out here. This is nice. Put a little barbecue out here. You know what I'm saying? Put a little mini fridge out here. Maybe put a TV out here so you can watch the game outside. We got potential, baby. We got potential. Okay, this is great. I like this. We got ourselves a little area for sitting on this nice stone kind of area with a little table. We got what appears to be the grill. Now we can see the grill. So the grill looks like it's big. Respect. We got ourselves this nice table with these nice chairs. Respect. We got ourselves this nice stone area. Respect. We got ourselves this purple kind of pink tree thing going on here. I like that. I like that a lot. We got ourselves a little play area for the kids. We got ourselves a little landscaping with some flowers. Thank God. You know, we also looks like we also have a fire pit next to the next to the steps. Looks like we got ourselves a fire pit there. Love it. We can roast some marshmallows. Love it, man. Love it. One Meadows, you've got it going on. The people at One Meadows know what they're doing. The people at 34 Fairview, less so. Again, we got ourselves a tree that has a different color. Okay? I mean, seriously, just that it's a different color. So it's not also monotone. This is what I'm talking about, man. Just like, can we make things a little bit more interesting? We got ourselves some grass, we got ourselves some mulch, we got ourselves some bushes, and we got ourselves some trees, all of which are different colors. We got ourselves some nice little bushes. You know? Nice little backyard, fenced in. Easy. Nice. Could use some more flowers. I agree. I'm not beyond more flowers. We could use some more flowers. That'd be nice. Again, perhaps we could replace the bushes with a garden, or put a garden somewhere maybe. But this is workable. This is workable. Basically just another picture of the back of the house. A white porch to accent the color. An entryway, presumably from the garage, I guess. Door from the garage to get into the garage, it looks like maybe. Not a lot of windows on the one side of the house, though. That's interesting. Not a lot of windows on the other side of the house. I don't know if it's a garage or what's going on back there, but no, not many windows on that side of the house. So a little asymmetrical. But, you know, okay. What else do we got going on? Oh, that's the last picture. And then we're just back to the beginning. All right, so the people at One Meadows definitely know what they're doing better than the people at 34 Fairview. That's what we've learned from this. The people at One Meadows knows what's going on. Yeah, I think it's a garage. I think so too. But, you know, we could still have more windows back there or something. You know, why not? And, you know, bring in more light and stuff like that. No weightlifting room. No basement, presumably. You don't love the bushes? I understand. I'm certainly negotiable on the bushes, but at least they're trying. You know? You don't always agree with Uncivil, but when it comes to home design, you're right there with you. Excellent. Excellent. So we've got, you know, some things. A nice little herb garden. Yep. There's potential. Yeah, cops can make a lot of money, particularly if they do overtime. Sometimes cops can make quite a lot of money. Sometimes they're pretty well paid. So yeah, they're not infrequently well into well into the low six figures, depending on exactly what you're doing, and how long you've been there, and overtime, and so forth and so on. So yeah. And sometimes also decidedly not. That's also very true. It's wild how much the 330,000 square foot home cost. When I lived in Tyler, I found a very comparable home. It's only $650. Yeah, I mean, obviously location, right? So what will $1 million buy you in, you know, downtown Manhattan versus, you know, Texas are two very, very different things. Okay, perfect. So yeah. Yeah, cops who are overtime and side jobs can do 150 or better. You better believe it. You didn't make close to six figures? Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, but it can be done. Maybe you weren't at a very good paying police department. I don't know. $1 million in Manhattan is probably 1,000 square foot, 2-bedroom apartment. That sounds vaguely correct. Yep.
These are my tells. Do they have a dock crew here this time? Doesn't seem like they.
Thank you for joining me for house tours. That was fun. I enjoyed house tours. It was fun, you and I. And thank you for the 400 of you who are currently viewing us. Again, we lost some viewership. I guess some people were not as much into the house tours, but that's okay. We lost 200 people from house tours. We could also go back to Supreme Court, finish out that Supreme Court opinion. Let's finish out this thing. So when we last left the action, by the way, we were dealing with a very, very technical procedural issue, dealing with pleading standards as it relates to a particular kind of claim for basically not doing your job correctly. So we're dealing with a retirement fund. We want to sue the retirement fund because they are in fact a fiduciary, and we're concerned that they're not investing our money properly because they're self-dealing. And the question is, what do we have to allege in the complaint? What do we have to allege in the complaint? And the Supreme Court has clarified that all we have to allege is the self-dealing itself. Now, there is a defense. There's a defense available. And the defense is essentially if I was getting fair market value for my services or for the services, which doesn't qualify as self-dealing because I'm not investing your money, right? I'm just running the business. So I'm not taking your money and investing it. I'm using money that I generate to pay people for real estate or office space or whatever, right? And so I'm not using your money. I'm not self-dealing. But the question was, do I, in the complaint, in the lawsuit itself, do I have to address that issue? Or is that an affirmative defense? And the answer is it's an affirmative defense. So I don't have to address it in the complaint. In the complaint, all I have to do is say, I think you've been doing some self-dealing and make my prima facie. Then you can come back and be like, no, it wasn't self-dealing in your defenses. And then we can go from there. So it's a very, very technical issue of what has to be presented in what order. And that was what the Supreme Court was trying to decide. We return ourselves back to the decision itself, now that I've caught you up on what the issue was. Okay, respondents' contrary arguments are unpersuasive. First, the except as provided in section language does not incorporate the exceptions as elements of the violation. That reading ignores that Congress wrote the exceptions in an orthodox format of an affirmative defense separate from the prohibition. The headings of the sections, prohibited transactions, and exemptions from prohibited transactions confirm this understanding. Respondents also fail to explain why some, but not all the exemptions should be treated as elements of the claim. Yeah, presumably they would all have to be. If some of them, why not all of them, right? Yet requiring plans to plead and disprove all potentially relevant exemptions would be impractical given there are 21 exemptions and hundreds of exemptions. Fair. Respondents' reliance on a different case from way back in the day. It's a U.S. Supreme Court case, but you know it's an old-ass Supreme Court case because it says 17 Wall 168. So the really old Supreme Court cases are typically reported by the reporter themselves. So you can call it US something, and it has a different number if you do that. But the really old Supreme Court cases, they refer to them by the reporter who compiled them. So when you see something like 17 Wall 168, you know it's a really old Supreme Court case. So they're reading some really old Supreme Court case. So the reliance on this really old Supreme Court case is misplaced. The rule established a rule of criminal pleading based on constitutional considerations that are not present in a civil context. Even in criminal cases, it remains settled that an indictment or other pleading need not negative the matter of an exception made by proviso or other distinct clause. So even in a criminal proceeding, I don't have to address the affirmative defenses in the first instance. So if I'm bringing a murder charge against you, for example, I don't have to, in the first instance, address self-defense, right? Because that's not part of my prima facie. You do have the burden of production in the first instance. I may have to disprove it by beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the burden of proof. But the burden of production is yours. So I don't have to allege self-defense in the initial complaint. In this case, the indictment or information, as it were. So yeah, even in a criminal context, not so much. It's up to you to raise the issue, and then I have to go from there. Finally, respondents' practical concerns about meritless litigation cannot overcome the statutory text. District courts have a variety of tools at disposal to screen out meritorious claims, including required plaintiffs to file a reply addressing exemptions, dismissing claims that fail to identify concrete injury, limiting discovery, and so forth and so on. So if the district court is worried about bullshit, they have ways of dealing with bullshit, and we don't need to address it by a strict rule. So if the district court is worried about it, they can fix it. They have the technology, right? If they want something more specific because they do, they can require more, but it's not required by the rule. So fair enough. And therefore, Sotomayor delivers the opinion of the court for a unanimous court, 9-0, on this incredibly technical issue in which Alito, Thomas, and Kavanaugh also join. Thank you for joining me for hyper-technical Supreme Court analysis time. I hope you enjoyed it. Sometimes the Supreme Court deals with some really niche, really technical, really in the weeds decision. And this is like, you're almost saying to yourself, really? Seriously? We're arguing over this? Really? I mean, it's such a minor thing, right? It's so minor of like, does it need to be in the complaint or not? Is the complaint deficient or not? But it's like, it's so small, like in the grand scheme of issues. It's sometimes slightly amusing when the Supreme Court decides this. And this is not uncommon. At least half of the Supreme Court cases, if not more, are like this. They're not all blockbusters. Sometimes they're really technical, really anal shit. And this is one of those cases. But it's always slightly amusing to me when the Supreme Court, decides really technical, really in the weeds, really minor sort of grand schemes in the grand scheme stuff. It's always endlessly amusing. All right, let's see what else we got in terms of cases recently that we can discuss while we're waiting for, we might as well learn something of legal education. This is hypothetically a legal education channel. So I hope you don't mind some legal education, even if it's somewhat hyper-technical legal education, but we can all learn something, man. It's fun. All right, let's see. We read that case. What about this one? Did we cover this one? Yeah, I think we read that one. That was pretty technical. FDA versus wages and white line investment. Have we talked about that? We did. That was dealing with electronic cigarettes. We dealt with that issue. United States versus Miller. Have we covered that? Yeah, bankruptcy. That was some hyper-technical bullshit. Bondi versus Vanderstock, pretty sure we covered that already. We did with the Gun Control Act about what is a firearm. We covered that. Delegati versus United States. Crime of violence. All right, so yeah, this is like another basically Armed Career Criminal Act case about what is or is what is not a crime of violence. It's not always the Armed Career Criminal Act. But there's usually there's a surprising number of these cases. It seems to me like every single year they do a couple of these cases, basically like what is a crime of violence or what is this? They usually, there's a couple of them like every year on this issue. Because Congress wrote, basically, if it's a crime of violence, ... And then the Supreme Court has to figure out what the hell is a crime of violence because Congress can't be bothered to clarify. So there's a couple of these cases every year, and this case is no exception. We turn ourselves to the case of Delgado versus United States, which was decided March of this year. 18 U.S.C. 924C subjects a person who uses or carries a firearm during a crime of violence. What is a crime of violence? Yeah, it's not the Armed Career Criminal Act. It's 18 U.S.C. 924. But Armed Career Criminal Act or otherwise, we usually do a couple of these things, it seems, every year. Section 924, subsection C, 3A, defines a crime of violence as a felony that has an element of the use, attempted use, or threatened use of physical force against the person or property of another. To determine whether an offense falls within this elements clause, the court applies the categorical approach, asking whether the offense in question always involves the attempt, use, or threatened use of force. So it's not a crime of violence unless it's always a crime of violence, says the Supreme Court. Okay? Like your crime might have involved violence, but it is not a crime of violence unless the crime itself requires violence. The crime itself has to require violence for it to be a crime of violence, as opposed to a violent crime. Welcome to the distinction between a crime of violence and a violent crime. Okay? Are we back in court? Hey, we're back in court. We may not have to have Supreme Court. We may not have to have Supreme Court after all. We're back in court, baby. The fan is not spinning, though. Why isn't the fan spinning for me? I liked it when the fan spins. Please spin for me. I love you.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
That wasn't so bad. I was able to entertain you while the court was away.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth called Dr. Gary Fowler to the stand.
Thank you.
Thank you for the 400 of you who stuck with me through all that. Not sure what I was supposed to do to retain that extra 200 people, but thank you for the 400 who stuck with me.
You solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you.
Sure.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
My name is Dr. Gary Fowler, Epperson Frank, A-L-L-E-R.
And what is your occupation?
I am a physician pathologist.
And where do you work?
I work currently at Signature Healthcare in Brockton.
And how long have you worked at Signature and in what capacity, sir?
Signature, I started, it's probably 6 months.
Are we going to have to do an counter?
Job 6 months ago. I've been,
Yep.
I am the chief of pathology.
Yeah, we're going to have to do an counter. We're doing this again.
At Signature.
And where did you work prior to your work at Signature about 6 months ago?
Prior to that, I was at Good Samaritan Medical Center in the same capacity.
And how long did you work at Good Samaritan for?
Since 2015, late 2015.
And did you work in any capacity similar to that prior to working at Good Samaritan?
Prior to Good Samaritan, I worked at the Kearney Hospital, which is in Dorchester. Started that job in 1996. So I stayed on staff at Kearney Hospital.
Anyone have a current count by any chance?
Closed 6 months ago. So I've been on staff at Kearney for quite a long time.
I'm going to call it 15.
Where did you go to school and what degrees did you receive?
I went to college at Tufts University. And
That'll be 16.
Graduated in '87. From there, I went to Tufts Medical School and graduated in 1991.
And following your graduation, where did you go from there?
After medical school, I did a residency at Tufts Medical Center in 1991 to 1996.
And then where did you go following your residency?
And right from residency, my first job was at Kearney Hospital, which I previously mentioned, so 1996.
And doctor, are you board certified?
I am board certified in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology.
And what is a board certification?
Board certification is something we need to show that we are actually qualified to perform the job that we need to do, both in anatomic and clinical pathology. It's a written exam that we take and we need to pass to demonstrate that we're competent and know what we're doing.
First, in just general terms, if you could explain to the jury, what is pathology?
Pathology is, well, there are two basic branches of pathology: anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. Anatomic pathology is basically, an anatomic pathologist is a physician or MD or a DO trained to make diagnoses on patients via looking at tissue biopsies, organs, tissue fluids, and we're also trained in autopsy pathology as well. So basically, an anatomic pathologist, we look at tissues via glass slides. Slides are made, and we every day make the diagnosis of, somebody has a cancer or somebody doesn't have a cancer, benign. Look at colon polyps, breast biopsies, pretty much anything that comes out of the operating room or a physician's office, any sort of biopsy. Clinical pathology, on the other hand, is basically a clinical pathologist is a physician, an MD or a DO, who specializes in the clinical lab, which basically is any fluid specimen, including blood specimens. When you go to the hospital and you have your blood test and it gets sent to the lab, the clinical pathologist is ultimately responsible for the quality of your lab tests and quality, and basically that's it.
And so the time that you worked at Good Samaritan, did that cover the date of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And again, what was your title and what was your job at Good Samaritan in the month of January 2022?
I was the chief of pathology at the time and laboratory medical director.
And what did you do as the laboratory medical director?
Laboratory medical director, basically, the laboratory medical director is responsible for the ultimate quality of any, either whether it's a biopsy, somebody's biopsy, or lab result. The laboratory medical director has to make sure that the final result is of excellent quality. So there are many different things that we need to make sure that things that are in place, as far as need to make sure we have the correct amount of workers. You want to have enough workers. You want to make sure they're competent. So as many, there are policies for competency for all the lab techs and phlebotomists and even pathologists. So basically, the laboratory medical director, if something goes wrong, it's ultimately his or her fault.
And the lab at Good Samaritan, is that lab accredited?
Yes, it is.
And by what body?
We are accredited, or Good Samaritan is accredited by the, we call it the CAP. It's a College of American Pathologists. They are considered the preeminent accrediting body for hospitals. They've been around for probably 70 plus years or so.
What is accreditation? What does that mean?
Accreditation is basically something that says that your laboratory is following guidelines and providing excellent quality. To be accredited with the CAP, every 2 years we have a laboratory inspection. They don't tell you when they're coming. They will give you a 3-month window, and they'll come and inspect you to make sure we have a good quality lab. Each section of the lab, pathology, the clinical lab, microbiology, chemistry, hematology. The CAP has a checklist with numerous requirements that one needs to fulfill. There are probably over 3,000 items that they look at.
And was your laboratory a Good Samaritan? Was the accreditation up to date on January 29th, 2022?
We were accredited, still are.
Now, in Good Samaritan Medical Center, when a blood test is ordered, what types of things is the lab testing for?
I think the most common tests that are performed when you go and you have your blood test is one is chemistry, a chemistry test where we sodium, potassium, chloride, glucose. We also a common test is a CBC or a complete blood count, where we look at your red blood cells and your white blood cells and your platelets. Those are the two most common tests.
And why is blood testing ordered in the course of medical treatment at a hospital?
When you're admitted to the hospital, usually you're sick, so the physician is usually a standard, ordering chemistry and CBC to see if there are any clues in those tests that could help the doctor take care of you. If they look at a BUN and creatinine, maybe if they're elevated, you either could it be dehydrated or have renal failure. If you look at liver function tests, maybe there's something wrong with your liver. So it's just a general, a good look at the patients to see if there are any clues that could help them.
And as far as the blood testing results are concerned, how does that assist either a doctor or a clinician in treatment and diagnosis?
Basically, what I just said. If there's nothing, if the results are normal, that sometimes helps too. Rules things out. If they're normal, if they do a CBC and look at the hemoglobin and it's low and patient's anemic, maybe the patient might need a transfusion. So there are many different case scenarios where the results can help the provider, the clinician.
Now, with reference to alcohol, does the Good Samaritan Medical Center, do they also test alcohol within the blood?
Don't you start, Lally.
Yes, we do.
And why would that assist medical treatment and diagnosis?
I think if a physician is wanting to know if somebody's been drinking or has alcohol on board, or maybe not, maybe that patient has ingested maybe drugs of abuse, so they'll test for alcohol to see, one, if it's positive, and if it is, then it helps confirm that the patient has been drinking.
Now, are there any policies and protocols at Good Samaritan Medical Center with reference to how blood is taken and how blood is tested?
Yes, we have numerous policies. We have one policy specifically for phlebotomists. Those are laboratory technicians who draw the blood. So we have a policy for them to explain exactly what they need to do. And also in the laboratory, we have numerous policies basically for any tests that we provide. And so we have a policy for alcohol testing as well.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
99 red balloons waiting for another torturous for uncivil to press the button every single time.
I'm placing before you two sets of documents. Just ask you to review those generally and look up when you finish. And do you recognize what those are, sir?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury what is contained within each of those two sets of documents?
Okay. The first one is a patient preparation for specimen collection. This is the policy that I was mentioning, specifically designed for our phlebotomist to detail the procedure of the blood draw. Basically goes through one of the most important parts of the process is correct patient identification, where we need to correctly identify the patient. We have the patient state his or her first and last name and state it out loud to make sure it matches the patient that we're trying to draw. And then we also match up the bracelet to the medical record number on the patient's bracelet. So one of the most important things is correct patient identification. The rest of this policy goes on and just pretty much details what to do next, including finding the veins, cleaning the site. It has some information on if there are any complications. So it's basically the entire process of the blood draw. The second one is our alcohol policy, which pretty much details in detail what goes on behind the scenes for an alcohol blood test in our hospital.
May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is going to be a long witness, guys. Strap in. Strap in, baby. Strap in. I know procedurally we can't, but can we please? Can we just get to what the it is? I presume this is Karen Reed's blood or something. I guess. Did you test Karen Reed's blood? Yes. What was it? And then you just give me the number and thank you. Can we do it? Can we do it in like 2 questions? Is that possible? I guess not. All right. Well, if wishes were so. If I, as a judge, just say, okay, members of the jury, just understand that this is a good lab and they're good and they're credited and all their numbers are considered to be reliable. Can I do that? No? Okay.
For the record, it would be the patient preparation for specimen collection, the next exhibit in line.
All right. Exhibit 35.
And the ETOH policy would be the next exhibit number 37.
Thank you. Exhibit 36. Excuse me. Nice.
Now, doctor, what types of precautions are in place at Good Samaritan with respect specifically to alcohol testing in the blood? Or I should say taking the blood sample from the patient.
Yes, one of the major things we need to do with taking somebody's blood for alcohol is to obviously not use an alcohol swab. Normally, when you have your blood test, they cleanse the area with a swab that contains alcohol. So in our policy is a specific statement that says do not use alcohol swab because potentially when you're drawing the blood, if you suck up some of that residual alcohol, you could cause a false positive. So we have in our policy, and it's every hospital should have the same policy, where we use a swab that has no alcohol. We call them a moist towelette. That's what we refer them to.
Really?
Also, in the emergency room, my supervisor pretty much removed probably 95% of all the alcohol swabs. So just in case a phlebotomist forgets to not use an alcohol swab, they are hard to find. We need to keep a few there because we need to use alcohol wipes on certain tests like blood cultures and stuff like that. So,
when would were the alcohol swabs removed from the emergency department?
It was before my time.
So fair to say prior to January 29th, 2022?
Correct.
What is a phlebotomist and what do they do?
They're vampires.
So, phlebotomist is a healthcare professional who specializes in drawing blood. So they're the ones who are trained, competent, and know what to do when they draw a patient's blood.
What kind of training do phlebotomists receive at Good Samaritan?
We try to hire phlebotomists who have been trained. It's just easier. So they can have a high school background, but if we train on site, they just need to be trained on the proper protocol, proper procedures, and demonstrate competency.
Is there any sort of proficiency testing related to phlebotomists at Good Samaritan?
There is no proficiency testing for phlebotomists, but there's competency assessments. So with phlebotomists or any laboratory technician or even pathologists, there are strict guidelines for competency. We have to always make sure people know what they're doing, and it's a CLIA or a federal government regulation or requirement. So when anybody first starts in a hospital, the requirements are, one, initial training. You can't let anybody come in on their own, without not knowing what they're doing. So we have to document that they have the initial training and they're competent. And then the law says 6 months from that, we do another competency assessment where we look at 6 elements of competency defined by CLIA. And 6 months from that, 1 year from the start date, is another competency. And then after that, it's annual thereafter. And that goes for phlebotomists, and it goes for any laboratory technician.
Doctor, once the blood is drawn by the phlebotomist, what happens then?
So the phlebotomist will draw it at the time. They need to have the specimens labeled in the patient's room, because you don't want the phlebotomist to mislabel. So everything gets labeled at the patient's bedside with an initialed and with the phlebotomist's initial and date and time. That blood test will then be sent to the lab. In this case, the blood was drawn in the emergency room. So it gets packaged into a plastic bag and sent in a pneumatic tube up to the laboratory.
And once it's sent to the laboratory, what happens with the sample from there?
Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. There will be a technician who then goes into the computer.
I'm really, really glad he took the time to clarify that. That was really important. Once we receive it, it's called receiving the specimen. Glad we took time to specify that industry jargon. Okay. All right. Cool.
Computer enters the phlebotomist's name from the tube into the computer system, enters the time, and the technologist will look and see what was ordered, and then do the appropriate next step based on what was ordered.
And in a case in which alcohol is one of the items that are ordered, what is the next step as far as the testing goes?
So the next step with alcohol testing, we use a...
You know, I always get a little frustrated with expert testimony when I feel like I could answer the question, even though I'm not an expert. It's like I could take a pretty reasonable guess, you know? It's like, okay, how does phlebotomy work? You know, it's like, well, I could take a pretty reasonable guess and probably get pretty close. Well, you see, what we do is we take out a needle. Okay, what do you do then? All right. Well, then we put on a tourniquet and then we search for the vein. You know, sometimes we have them pump their fist, you know, to help us find it. We tap their skin. And what do you do? Well, once we find it, we put the needle in, What do you do? Or then we put the vial in, and then what happens? Well, the vial gets full of blood. What happens? Well, then we take the vial out. Okay, what do you do then? Well, then we label it with a label, which we check to make sure it's the same patient and stuff. And what do you do then? Well, we put it into the magic testing machine, and the magic testing machine gives us results. And so, you know, it's like I could give a reasonable answer to these questions. It's like I already know what the answer is. Good times.
Specific tube, so the phlebotomist would know what tube to use. It would be a light green tube that has lithium heparin in it. It's an anticoagulant. We don't want the blood to clot, so that's why we use an anticoagulant. So the first.
You don't want the blood to clot, so you use an anticoagulant. Wow. Neat. But what if I'm trying to test the blood for an anticoagulant? What if I'm trying to do that? Then I add the anticoagulant. That would corrupt the results. What do I do then?
Step when testing for alcohol is that the test is designed to be performed on serum or plasma, and to get that, the next step would be to centrifuge the blood.
I knew that.
The centrifuge.
I knew that centrifuge.
A machine that's.
Thank you for explaining me what a centrifuge is. That's great. Thank you. I understand that.
We spin it at around.
I don't need to know how fast it spins. That's not important for me.
Which is pretty fast rotations per minute, and the reason why we spin it because centrifugation will allow it to.
I know why you do it, to separate the blood into the layers. I got it. Moving on.
So heavier stuff like the red blood cells will go to the bottom, and the lighter stuff like the watery components.
It's also how you. It's also how you make uranium for nuclear bombs.
Go into the middle, but for alcohol testing we are targeting the top part of the blood component, which would be plasma.
And then once it goes through the centrifuge process, what happens then?
So once it's centrifuged, we have the separation of the blood components. We have the plasma ready to be tested, so that technologists will walk the specimen over. It's probably 10 feet from there, and put it onto our Roche Cobas machine. That's our machine that performs our chemistries.
Yeah, the magic diagnostic machine. That's what I said. Yeah, we put it into the magic blood machine, and that gives us the number.
Basically,
how does it work? Witchcraft.
And the label present on the blood tube will dictate what the Roche machine will test. So based on the barcode label, once it's on our machine, it knows what test to do, and it will perform an alcohol test.
And Doctor, for our stenographer, do you know how to spell that Roche Cobas machine that you were just?
You're going to spell it now?
So R-O-C-H-E, Roche, and Cobas, C-O-B-A-S.
Who cares?
Thank you, sir. May I approach on?
Yes.
F-U-C-K-Y-O-U. What the fuck difference does it make?
Doctor, showing you another series of documents again, and you can just look at that and look up on your page. Do you recognize those records, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize those to be?
These are the medical records of Karen Reed.
And sir, is there an indication?
See, I know, once again, I know the answer is no. But couldn't we have just skipped to this step? Can't we just skip to what am I presenting you? These are the results of Karen Reed. What do they say? Here's the answer. Thank you.
Within those records, as far as the date of treatment for Ms. Reed?
Yes, there's a bunch of dates in here.
As far as the treatment is concerned, sir?
Yes.
And what is the date of treatment?
Oh,
That was the same question he asked you 2 times ago.
1/9/22.
Sorry, is that 2922?
That's what it says on this.
This is not promising. If we're going to try to read the report, this. Do you need a mic? Do you need a magnifying glass, sir?
Admit date, it says 1/29/22.
Thank you, sir. That's fine.
Even like
If I
everybody
could direct your attention further into the document to a previously tabbed portion, do you see any indication in there as far as a result for alcohol testing?
Seriously, do you need a magnifying glass? We can get you one.
Yes, I do.
And with respect to that result, have you reviewed these records prior to today?
Yes, I did.
And if you could explain to the jury sort of the timeline from this blood sample as far as, let's start with first when it was ordered.
So when it was ordered, it was 9:03 in the morning.
Okay, and when was it taken, sir?
The blood test was taken 5 minutes later, so 9:08.
903 plus 5 is in fact 908. That's true.
What is the next time that something of any significance happened with it?
5 minutes from that, 9:13.
8 plus 5 is 13. You're doing great.
And 9:53 in the morning, the result was entered into the computer. So it was ordered at 9:03, and I believe it was 9:53. The results were in the computer.
And may I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm about to seek to introduce and admit.
Although that witness the other day couldn't do 16 minus 5, which was pretty hilarious.
All right, thank you.
It says 1600 hours. No, that's military time. It's UTC minus 5, so that's 11. That's noon.
Yes.
It's like no, it's not. No, it's not. It's 11. It's 11. Damn it! It's 11.
And Doctor, what was the result of the testing for alcohol in the defendant's blood when it was taken shortly after 9 a.m. on January 29th?
93 milligrams per deciliter.
Thank you.
What the fuck does that mean?
Okay. This little?
You're not going to ask him what that means? I don't know what that means in terms of blood alcohol percentage. 93 milligrams per deciliter. Do I have to do the percentage myself? Do I have to actually break out the unit, do the math? Can you convert that into a percentage, please? Please don't make me do. Okay. And also, I just find it interesting, incidentally, that they report it as milligrams per deciliter. This just strikes me as odd. Like, why not report? Yeah, why are you doing like fractions over fractions? So why not just do like grams per macrogram or whatever? I don't know. It's a weird way of doing business, but never mind.
Thank you.
Is it 0.093? It might be 0.093. Is that 0.093? It might be. I wish someone had asked the question though. Okay. Yeah, like grams per liter or something. Yeah, maybe.
Good afternoon,
yeah.
Dr. Fowler.
Oh, good afternoon.
The Good Samaritan lab is a clinical lab, not a forensic lab. Is that right?
Correct.
And hospitals are not in the legal business of calculating an individual's blood alcohol concentration. Is that right?
I would say 99.9% of the time we are not in the legal business. We are testing alcohol for the diagnosis of alcohol intoxication. But occasionally, a case may come, very rare, to a hospital, and it ends up being a legal case. It's not common. I think uncommon.
And you'd agree that there are differences between screening tests that are conducted at hospitals and forensic tests that are conducted by law enforcement, right?
Yes.
The purpose of testing in a clinical setting is to assist in the diagnosis and treatment of a patient, right?
Correct.
And physicians need to analyze blood quickly. They need to get the results so they can see what's in a patient's system and then effectively and efficiently treat that patient, right?
Correct.
Whereas in a forensic setting, tests for blood alcohol concentration are designed to produce results that are reliable and credible for use in court. Correct?
Correct.
You testified earlier today that your lab is accredited by CAP, which is the College of American Pathologists. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
But CAP is a clinical laboratory accreditation, not a forensic accreditation, right?
We don't have the forensic accreditation for good.
You know, I don't really think this line of questioning is going to be particularly persuasive unless you can get someone to tell me what the actual practical difference is. Maybe there is one. I mean, the forensic labs have different standards in some ways, but you know, I wouldn't think in the first instance that, you know, and you know, maybe this is an area where I don't have expertise, and this would be a good question to like teach me so that I understand what the difference is. Like, yes, a forensic lab is determining it, you know, for procedures in a particular way. A clinical lab isn't necessarily following those same procedures. But what is the practical difference? You know, and what does that really mean in the real world? Are the numbers like usually like massively different? Is it a lot? Is it a little bit? Or is it just simply that it's not accredited? But it's still, yeah. So because, you know, as the average reasonable person, you know, just because it doesn't have the, and actually, you know, just because it has this, doesn't have the magic seal of approval doesn't necessarily mean that it isn't correct. The magic seal of approval may, you know, be in some sense a certification, I suppose, but it's not necessarily indicative that without the seal, it's not true. So I'd want to know as a juror, like, what is the practical difference? One would presume, I would imagine, that the hospital is trying to get accurate numbers. Right? I mean, they want to know what the accurate number is so that they can, you know, treat accordingly. I mean, they are in the business of, you know, medicine. So presumably they're trying to get an accurate number. So is it going to be massively different? I wouldn't think so. Maybe the answer is yes, but I hope someone will illuminate that. Otherwise, it just doesn't mean that much to me. I could be alone, but on that, but you know, it's like, I don't know.
Samaritan.
In fact, Good Samaritan has never been investigated or accredited by any forensic accreditation team to ensure that you perform all of your tests with the integrity necessary to support results in court, right?
We've never had the forensic accreditation, but we have very good quality lab results, which I could go into further.
I mean, I would think.
Never been accredited by a forensic accreditation team, right?
Nope.
And the lab at Good Samaritan has never been accredited by the ANSI, which is the National Accreditation Board known as ANAB. Are you familiar with that organization?
No.
Are you aware that ANAB is the forensic accreditation body that in the United States that ensures that laboratories' procedures meet the minimum standards necessary to ensure results are reliable and credible for use in court?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, the most reliable...
I also find it a little bit difficult to believe that every single state uses this one accreditation body. The way she phrased the question, like they're the sole body that accredits forensics labs. in the entire country. I'm going to press X to doubt on that one. There's not one single state that accredits their labs somehow differently than that. I'm not so sure about that one, but okay.
Method of forensic ethanol testing is called headspace gas chromatography, or HSGC. Are you familiar with that process?
Yes.
And HSGC is the method that's used by forensic labs to test for blood alcohol content, right?
Correct.
And that's because forensic tests require the testing of whole blood for the presence of alcohol, right?
Correct.
Can you briefly, just for the jury, describe sort of the difference between a whole blood test and a serum test?
Open-ended question on cross, ill-advised. Let's see how it goes.
Sure. So whole blood, to put it simply, when you have your blood...
Also, if you can't figure out the difference, you're too stupid to be on this jury. Do I really have to sit here and explain to you what the difference between a whole blood test is and a serum when we've already established that serum is part? Do I really have to sit here and explain that? What do you think the difference is? Well, let's see. The serum test uses the serum. The whole blood uses the whole blood. What's the practical distinction? I still don't know, but I know what the difference is. What it means practically, not clear, but okay.
You see the fluid coming out, all red. That's whole blood.
Thank you for clarifying. That's nice.
Do anything to it. We don't spin it down. We don't centrifuge it. That is whole blood. That is the
whole blood is whole
choice for forensic blood ethanol testing. Hospitals, on the other hand, our methodology, which is just as good as the forensic headspace gas chromatography, is based on looking at the serum or the...
And you did ask the open-ended question, so you can't object to his answer. Like, can you describe the difference? And he's like, it's just as good. You were the one who asked the open-ended question. So now you have to eat this answer. So, deal.
Plasma, so we don't, that's what I went when I explained that we need to centrifuge it, take the liquid portion off the top. So in the hospital, we test.
Rose in chat says studies that show that analysis conducting on serum or will result in higher BAC than analysis conducted on whole. The blood alcohol serum is approximately 11%. Well, see, if that would be wonderful information that we could get out. So I don't know if we're going to be able to get it from this witness, but that would be nice if we could say, oh, it's 11% off. That would be information that would be helpful to me as a jury. So hopefully someone's going to tell the jury that. That'd be great. But thank you, Rose, for informing us of that. That was helpful. I appreciate it. You taught me something I didn't know. And for that alone, I thank you.
On the serum or the plasma. Now, did you ask me the difference? You want me to go into the difference?
That's enough, Doctor. Thank you.
I bet it is.
Some additional questions to kind of clarify. In a forensic lab, they actually require the testing of whole blood, correct?
Correct.
And HSGC directly measures ethanol in the blood.
Correct.
And this method is designed to be accurate and reliable for forensic purposes for use in legal proceedings, correct?
Correct.
But the testing in this case was performed using the hospital's clinical chemistry machine instead of a forensically defensible method like HSGC, right?
Correct.
And that clinical chemistry machine performs what you just testified to, a serum test, right?
Serum or plasma.
Serum or plasma. And hospitals use serum or plasma testing because it's actually quicker and more efficient than HSGC, right?
Yes, it's less labor intensive, it's easy to automate, but at the same time, very, very good and very accurate.
But serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. It instead measures the presence of what's called NADH, right?
Say that again.
Yes, I'll repeat that. That was my fault. Serum testing does not actually measure alcohol directly. Instead, it measures the presence of NADH. Is that right?
Almost.
Well, NADH is a byproduct of alcohol, right?
Correct. I can go into the testing how methodology that we use to explain it if you want me to.
Well, serum testing measures the presence of NADH, correct?
It measures the rate of change of NADH production, so it doesn't actually look at just NADH, and it measures the rate of production, and I can go into more detail.
How does it do that? How does it determine the rate of change from a single sample? How do you do that? How's that possible? I'd like to know more. How's that work? I have questions.
On that, alcohol testing in the lab is correct.
I'll ask you some additional questions about NADH, and we'll get there.
Yeah.
So you can do this now, but let the doctor answer his question fully next question, okay? And the following questions.
Doctor, the higher the NADH in a patient's system, the higher the serum test result, correct?
That may not be correct, no. It's the rate of change of NADH production.
How are you doing that?
Based on our methodology. I can go into that. So our test system is a little bit different than the forensic testing system, but it's also very good and very accurate, and almost when we compare our methodology to the Headspace, we get the exact same results, and when we compare and with peer laboratory comparisons.
I still want to know how you're measuring rate of change from a single sample, especially rate of change of production. How are you doing that?
Some of you might understand the chemistry behind it, but we do. We take the patient's sample, and it's based on, we add, because when there's alcohol in the specimen, we add, actually, in the test system, alcohol dehydrogenase. It's the same enzyme that's in the patient's body. In addition, we add a surplus of NAD to it. NAD is similar to NADH. They get converted back and forth. So when we put it on our test system, it's alcohol dehydrogenase is in there, and what happens is when there's alcohol, it combines with NAD that we add to it. It creates NADH. And then in our machine, there's a spectrophotometer, which can monitor the rate of NADH production over baseline. And we use, there's something that measures, a photometer that measures the NADH production. It looks at light in this physics and looks at 340 nanometers, and it's pretty accurate. It will monitor, it will tell you, it will tell the system how much NADH is produced, and that amount is directly proportional to the alcohol in the patient sample. So it's a very, very accurate test, but there are some limitations that I can go into.
So wait for another question.
Okay.
Next question, Ms. Little.
Yes, so serum testing can be subject to errors, right? And there are limitations.
There are some limitations that I can explain, just like headspace gas chromatography may have some limitations too, but I can go into them.
Next question.
What are some of the limitations of the serum testing?
Okay. So the serum test, as with many tests in the laboratory, different things can interfere with our laboratory tests. And the three most common ones, which are unlikely to affect ethanol testing, is we abbreviated HIL. We want to look at those three things. One is hemolysis, which is H, and the other one is I, icterus, which is high bilirubin, and the third is L for lipids. High lipids will interfere with alcohol testing or with any testing based on that same methodology. Our machine, the Rose-Kobash machine, and all the machines out in the market today are very sophisticated. If we have elevated levels of any H or I or L, it will flag it and raise the potential for a problem. The next thing on the list is that our alcohol testing is not absolutely specific for ethanol. There are two possible other alcohols that can cross-react. One is propanol and butanol. But then it goes clinical history. Did the patient ingest those two alcohols? And third is there's some unusual hematologic malignancies like Waldenstrom's macroglobulinemia.
What the fuck?
So always have to correlate with the clinical situation. The next one, sometimes, there can be patients who make endogenous, make their own alcohol. So very rarely, some patients may truly have a positive result. That could be from our test or Headspace. They make their own, so we have to rule that out. It's a rare condition. And the next one is one that's in the literature, which is LDH and lactic acid. If a patient has a markedly elevated LDH or lactic acid, those one is an enzyme, and
he said he was going to explain it. I'm none the wiser. What fucking language is he speaking? See, does anyone translate that into English? What the fuck?
The other one is an acid that can cause false positives. Now,
if I could stop you there, Doctor, I think those were the four that you identified, the four limitations: the lactic acid, the hemat.
If I could just go ahead and ask your next question.
If I could ask you a few more questions about L.
As the judge, I'm sorely tempted to say, could you please translate that into English? Remember that you're talking to the average person. Could you please change it into English? Yeah.
LDH and lactic acid.
Sure.
You're aware, Dr. Fowler, of the medical literature establishing that the presence of LDH and lactic acid can lead to falsely elevated serum readings, correct?
Correct.
And that's because lactic acid, or LDH, actually forms NADH.
Is this how people feel when I talk Supreme Court? Do people feel this way? I'd like to think I do a pretty good job of re-explaining and stuff, but do people feel this way when I talk Supreme Court? Or because I don't know what he's saying on any level. It confuses and bewilders me. I'm out of my depth. Please help me. Sometimes. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'll try harder.
Lactic acid, I'll have to go into a little bit of chemistry. Lactic acid and LDH, lactate dehydrogenase, they both act on each other. And LDH and lactic acid needs NAD plus to break it down. So in theory, when you're testing a serum, a plasma for blood alcohol, if there's extra LDH, or high levels of LDH, high levels of lactic acid, you add it to the test system, and then Roche throws in, or Siemens throws in the NAD, it will form NADH.
I'm not trashing science by accusing him of not explaining English. I'm saying I don't understand it. And if I don't understand it, then it does me no value. And presumably the jury knows value. I'd like to think I'm a reasonably well-educated person. That being the case, however, I readily admit that chemistry was by far and away my weakest science subject. I failed chemistry, and I had no desire to try to figure it out because I couldn't balance an equation to save my life. Physics, I understood. Biology, I understood. Chemistry, total wasteland. Total wasteland. So yeah, it's like you need to, I don't understand any of this on any level. It's all magic words to me. So I'm not trashing the science. I'm saying I don't have a clue what he's saying, and I'm none the wiser. He needs to help educate me and also the reasonable person. Yeah. I like to be able to understand things so I can at least hypothetically re-explain it back to you. It's like, I can't re-explain it. That's also incidentally a pretty good test for whether or not someone understands something. Ask them to explain it back to you. If they explain it back correctly, they understood it. Can I explain what he just said? Nope. Can I get close? Nope. I'm back to the magic blood testing machine. That's where my level of understanding is. I'm with the magic blood testing machine, and witchcraft is a more cohesive explanation than anything he just said. Yeah.
That was first documented, I think, back in the older versions of these ethanol testings back in the 1990s when they stumbled on, they were looking for biomarkers or reasons in kids with SIDS, little babies, and they found that two of these babies had a positive alcohol. But
Doctor, if I could just ask the next question, if that's okay.
Sorry.
So in other words, NADH, studies have found, can actually be formed by certain biomechanical processes other than the presence of alcohol, right?
Yes.
Are you aware that the National Institute of Health has found that liver diseases, kidney diseases, muscle injury, trauma, and even anemia are some of the health conditions that can lead to a rise in serum LDH levels?
Yes.
Are you aware that Ms. Reed was severely anemic in January of 2022?
Sustained.
Are you aware that the medical literature has also found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
I'm going to allow that.
I haven't read anything specifically related to the NADH level, but but I want to go back to the point where
our
laboratory, our testing is not based.
Let him finish his answer.
It's not. It's the rate of change of NADH. So if somebody has NADH on board, I believe it's not going to affect the result. It's the rate of change. And
I'm not sure you can draw that conclusion. Necessarily, I have my doubts.
Back to the anemia, I haven't read or heard of that.
That was stricken. That was not allowed.
It all goes back to the lactic acid and the LDH. The NADH doesn't matter. So, looking at multiple sclerosis patients, they can have elevated LDH and lactic acid, but it's not to the extent that it can interfere with the alcohol levels. There was a study maybe 7-10 years ago.
Your Honor, there's no question pending.
You asked him about a study, if he was aware of the studies.
I asked, and that's a yes or no question. And he's...
All right, Doctor, we're going to hold that there for you and ask the next question.
Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center of Healthy Brain Aging by the University of New South Wales? Which...
Can you do that again and slow down, please?
Sure. Doctor, have you reviewed the August 21st, 2013 peer-reviewed article entitled Serum NAD Levels Through Disease Course in Multiple Sclerosis, which was sponsored by the Center for Healthy Brain Aging by the School of Psychiatry at the University of New South Wales in Sydney, Australia, which specifically found that patients suffering from multiple sclerosis have a twofold increase in NADH levels as compared to controls?
Objection.
I'll strike the part of what the article held. Is he aware of the article?
No, I'm not, to be honest, no.
Dr. Fowler, did you consider Ms. Reed's anemia and multiple sclerosis condition when you conducted the alcohol test on January 29, 2022?
No, we don't. No.
And again, serum tests like the ones conducted in this case don't test for ethanol. They only test for NADH, right?
We test for the rate of change of NADH production.
And Doctor, you did a number of other tests on Ms. Reed on January 29, 2022. You tested for additional drugs, not just alcohol, correct?
Correct.
And all of those results were negative.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Oh my God. My mind is numb. My mind is numb. I don't understand anything. I don't understand. I don't understand.
Doctor, are you aware, I know your lab at Good Samaritan did not do this process, but are you aware through your training and experience of any sort of mathematical conversion that can be done from a serum reading in milligram per deciliter to a blood alcohol concentration of whole blood?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to allow it. The door was open.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, I am aware. Yep.
And please describe what you're aware of with reference to that.
Rose in chat says, hold on. Rose in chat says, the test shows that serum NAD plus levels declined by at least 50% with MS controls. Within the MS subgroup, NAD levels were higher than something, 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 other words. I got nothing.
Well, with blood alcohol concentrates goes to, when it's in your blood, it goes more to the watery components of your blood. So when I described the process earlier, whole blood is before we spin it. And when we test the plasma, which is specifically testing the watery component. Now, people have done studies like how much percentage of water is a serum versus whole blood. Basically, to put it simple, there's a higher percentage of water in the serum versus whole blood. So the hospital result will always be a little bit higher than a test on whole blood. It can be, I think the ratio, the conversion factor is anywhere from 1.1 to 1.18. It's always could be 18% or 11% higher in serum.
Yeah, you guys, one of you guys said 11% earlier. He just said 11%, 18%. He just said it could be higher. So he just said the number's off by 11 to 18%. Isn't that what he just said? Isn't the thing he just said? I think it is.
Versus whole blood. But we don't do it. That's what I read. I will defer that to the experts.
Oh, God.
Now, doctor, you were referencing in your cross-examination about a study that you were aware of about 10 years ago or so regarding MS and alcohol testing. Is that correct?
It was more on MS, looking at the results of lactic acid and LDH to see how high the levels of lactic acid can go in a group of multiple sclerosis patients. When reviewing that, we found that the range went from some normal range, 16% of the multiple sclerosis patients had normal lactic acids, but the remainder had elevated levels. But those levels were not anywhere near the required levels to produce a false positive. Our package inserts and for the Roche testing system, the Roche has, it's an FDA approved test, and they have to do in-depth, detailed testing before they allow any hospital to do a test. And they have listed, levels of lactic acid beyond which the test would not be reliable. But the results, based on this study of 600 multiple sclerosis patients, 2 big centers in Italy and 1 in the Netherlands, show that the highest level of lactic acid in the MS patients did not achieve, didn't get close. Usually patients with MS that are asymptomatic can have normal or low, normal levels, or slightly elevated. It was the ones that had more symptoms that had elevated levels up to, I think the highest was 6.5 millimoles per deciliter, which is not high enough to interfere with our result.
Now, with respect to the lab at Good Samaritan Medical Center,
I'm not sure that was responsive to the question. What was the question? I don't remember. I'm floating. I'm floating, I'm adrift. I'm floating, I'm adrift. I'm floating. I'm floating, I'm adrift.
the interference that you were speaking about earlier on cross-examination, what would happen if any of those types of interference were to occur during the course of the testing?
No, I'll allow it.
The 3 main ones, which I detailed earlier.
Can I object? Incomprehensible. Object. I literally have no idea what you just said. Who let this guy out into daylight? Does he have to wear a really high SPF?
Is the hemolysis, icterus, and lipemia. Machines are sophisticated. It will detect it and say, it will flag it and say, please do not result it, or we'll have a disclaimer saying, interpret this result with caution. The results may not be accurate. It hardly ever happens with alcohol testing, but if it did, we would get a result like that, and we probably wouldn't report it.
And from your review of the defendant's medical records, specifically her testing from January 29th, did you notice any interference or any reports like that in her record?
No.
Now, the testing that you're doing at Good Samaritan is in relation to patients such as that might have cancer or heart disease or something like that, correct?
Correct.
Now, you were talking or started to speak on cross-examination about the good quality lab results that you have from your lab, and you wanted to go into that further. Could you please expound upon that for the jury now?
We have, you mentioned proficiency testing before. So all hospital laboratories accredited by the CAP or have to participate in proficiency testing. What that means is that every it's 3 times a year, and they give us 5 unknown samples. And we have to test it, report it back to CAP, which also reports back to the government. And we have to basically get the correct answers. And with alcohol testing, it's probably one of the best tests in the laboratory. Always have right on the money results. But at the same time, we're also able to look at results of all the other labs that participated in this proficiency testing. So we can look at different methods. We can look at labs that had the same method as us to see how we're doing. And usually with this proficiency testing, we have 3,000 labs across the nation that have the same methodology as us, so we can compare to them. And also, interestingly, we can see the labs that are using headspace gas chromatography. And out of interest, we can see, how do we compare? And we have pretty exactly the same results on these proficiency testings. We also look at some statistics as well, not going into them, but we can look at some stats like standard deviations and SDs. And actually, the hospitals with enzymatic testing have slightly better stats with that compared to Headspace. Pretty close, but a little bit better.
I think the question was it sunny outside? If that answer had any relation to the question that was asked, it's beyond me.
And doctor, from your review of the defendant's medical records and the blood testing in this case, was that done in conformity with the policies and protocols at Good Samaritan?
We have policies in place to be followed, and there's no reason not to think that somebody didn't follow policy.
Thank you, sir.
Anything else, Ms. Little?
No questions.
All right, doctor, you are all set, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
I do.
Okay.
The Commonwealth calls Jason Becker.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Good afternoon, sir. All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Jason Becker.
How old are you?
I am 36 years old.
Do you live in the area?
I do. I live in Canton.
Tell us a little bit about your education.
My education, high school and college UMass, and I went to EMT school a little over 10 years ago, and paramedic school.
Tell me a little bit about EMT school. How old were you when you started EMT school?
When I started EMT school, roughly 21 years old.
Why did you decide to go to EMT school?
I wanted to save some lives.
Tell us a little bit about EMT school. What did it require?
EMT school is a couple months of classroom stuff, and then you do some ride time on the ambulance. Paramedic school is a little different. It's a little extended, 2 years worth of training. You're doing hospital, ER time, and ambulance time also.
How long did you serve as an EMT before you went to paramedic school?
I worked as an EMT for approximately 5 years.
Can you estimate how many dozens or hundreds of calls you were on during that time?
Hundreds.
Why did you decide then to go get paramedic training?
I wanted to be on the fire department, and it was a prerequisite.
Did you complete paramedic school successfully?
I did.
Were you still working as an EMT at the time?
I was.
And inevitably, did you seek to have a different job? Did you try to be a firefighter?
I wanted to be a firefighter, correct.
Were you successful in doing that?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that, sir.
On the Canton Fire Department. So I got on the Canton Fire Department, and then they send you to the fire academy, where you train to be a firefighter.
So you had EMT training, paramedic training, and then firefighter training?
That's correct.
On the Canton Police Department, did you serve dual roles as a paramedic and as a firefighter?
Fire department?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Firefighter and as a paramedic.
You served as a firefighter and a paramedic?
Correct.
In the Canton Fire Department, does it have more than one station?
There is. There's two.
Is there one station that's larger or smaller than the other?
Station 1 is the headquarters, which is larger.
Had you ever spent time at Station 1 as a firefighter or a paramedic?
I have. We rotate through both stations.
I want you to take us back to January 29th, 2022. Were you working that evening?
I was.
What station were you assigned to?
Canton Station 2.
Canton Fire Station 2?
Correct.
And that's the smaller of the two stations?
It is.
Were you working with anybody at Fire Station 2 that night?
My ambulance partner at the time was firefighter Dan Whitley.
Was there anybody else who was working at Fire Station 2 in addition to you and Dan Whitley?
Correct. There was an engine company with 3 guys on it.
3 people were assigned to
the engine, correct.
Were you and Dan Whitley assigned as partners for the day, the week?
Correct. Yes, we were.
Which was it, the day or the week, sir?
The week.
So for the entire week, you're partners with a person, and does that rotate on other assignments?
It does. It rotates.
So on this particular week, you were assigned as partners with Dan Whitley?
I was.
What were your roles between the two of you?
Well, at the time, he was my preceptor. I was a new paramedic at the time. So I was more or less the lead tech on all the calls as part of my training. And Dan's been a paramedic for a long time, so he was there to teach me.
So would Dan Whitley be the lead on the call, and he would help you?
I would be the lead.
You would be the lead?
Correct.
Did you get a call that early morning hours of January 29, 2022?
We did.
What was the call assigned for?
It was a call for Section 12 psych eval.
Very briefly, can you tell us what a Section 12 is?
Sure. It's a transportation order filled out by police, doctor, basically for us on the ambulance that we have to take the patient, whether voluntarily or involuntarily, because they're a threat to themselves or someone else.
When you received the call for Section 12, were you aware that there were other calls that Fire Station 1 had responded to that morning?
We were aware. You can hear the calls going out each station.
Were you or Dan Whitley any part of that earlier call that Fire Station 1 responded to before you got the call for the Section 12?
We were not.
So your efforts were after?
We were after, correct.
After you got the call to respond to a Section 12, did you head towards Fairview Road?
We did.
Tell us a little bit about the trip to Fairview Road.
It was a little extended because of the weather conditions at the time. Snowing heavily, windy, low visibility.
Okay. How long did it take to get from Fire Station 2 to Fairview Road?
approximately 8 to 10 minutes.
Who drove?
Firefighter Whitley.
Now, on the way to Fairview Road, do you sit in the front of the ambulance?
We do.
Take us to when you arrived to Fairview Road. What do you see?
You see a bunch of police lights. Canton Engine 3 was already on scene, so we parked behind them.
Did you have it, without talking about what you spoke about, did you have a chance to speak to anybody at the scene?
We briefly spoke to the Canton police, and they briefed us and sent us to where the defendant was at the time.
Why do you have a conversation with other first responders at the scene before you do anything?
Just, they're making sure the scene is safe to begin with, and they're on scene first, so they have a little more info than what our dispatch would have.
After you had that debriefing with colleagues, were you directed to approach any certain person?
I was.
Where did you go?
I went to the defendant who was sitting in a black SUV type car.
Were there other persons inside the car with the defendant?
From my understanding, there was one person in the driver's seat.
And what seat was the defendant in?
She was in the front passenger seat.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did.
And the person you spoke to who was in the passenger seat of that car, do you see that person in court today?
I do.
Could you point out and describe an article of clothing, please?
Miss Reed right there, she's in the blue, navy blue.
How long was your conversation with the defendant while she was still seated inside the vehicle?
Approximately 5 to 8 minutes.
At some point, did you and the defendant move to another location?
We did.
Where did you go?
So we went back in the ambulance.
After having a conversation with her, was she cooperative going back to the ambulance with you?
She was.
And did you ask her to be seated in the ambulance?
I did.
Was she cooperative with that as well?
She was.
After she was seated in the ambulance, did you close the doors and get in?
We did.
When you say we, who was with you?
Me and Firefighter Whitley.
So you and Firefighter Whitley were in the back of the ambulance with Miss Reed. Who was going to drive the ambulance?
Firefighter Sam Park.
Where did he come from?
He was on the fire engine that was already on scene.
I want to ask you questions now about what you did in the back of the ambulance and some of the conversations that you had. Tell us what your role is once you have a patient in the back of the ambulance. What do you do next?
Each patient's different, depends on what the call is for. In this specific situation, it was more a psych eval, because that's what we're called for. Initial triage questions: is the patient cooperative, uncooperative, combative? I asked her name, her mental status, where she was. I asked her if she was suicidal, and if she was, did she have a plan? Did she want to hurt anyone else? Those are kind of the initial triage questions that I would ask.
Why do you ask those questions?
Just to get a kind of a judgment on the patient, reading the patient.
What's your role at that point? Are you an investigator?
I'm not.
Are you in any way law enforcement?
I'm not.
So what's your focus when you're speaking to a patient?
It's basically hearing them speak in their story. In this specific situation, we didn't know circumstances. We just knew that Miss Reed had found her husband, which she was calling dead on the side of the road. So it was a traumatic call.
So when you were there, you knew nothing about what had happened before you got there?
We did not.
And your role had nothing to do with any of that investigation?
We did not.
You were solely focused on caring for the patient?
Correct.
Did you have any other role other than caring for the patient?
Just making sure she got to the hospital safely. She didn't hurt herself.
During those conversations, are you and Firefighter Whitley doing the same thing or different things?
Again, it depends on the call. I was the lead tech, so I'm the one documented, giving a report to the nurses, the staff. So I was more kind of getting that information, my initial triage questions, and then just kind of sat and supported Miss Reed. And
were you writing down information, technical information about status and health on a report?
I was, yes.
While you were doing that, was your colleague speaking to Miss Reed?
He was.
Did you have a chance at times to hear what they were speaking about?
Yeah, and no.
At other times, did you speak directly to Ms. Reed?
I have.
Can you describe her demeanor or temperament?
Initially, she was agitated because she didn't feel like she needed to go to the hospital. She said the statement she made, she didn't mean. She just kind of said in jest because of the events that she went through. So she, but then there'd be periods of which she'd be calm, and it would fluctuate. She would have like pressured speech, repetitive, but all in all, she was cooperative.
At some point, did you have a chance to speak to her directly about her mood?
About her mood?
About her mood.
I don't know if I understand the question.
Okay. Did she say anything to you about her last interaction with what she referred to as her husband?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did she make any statements to you when you were giving her treatment or speaking to her about her husband?
Objection.
I'll allow that, it came in.
One of the reasons why she was saying suicidal stuff is because the last conversation she had with her husband at the time was an argument. I didn't feel like it was my role to really find out the details on what was said, but that's what she said to me.
That the last thing she said to him was an argument?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did she tell you what the argument was about?
She did not.
Inevitably, did you get a chance to bring her to the hospital?
We did.
Did you stay in the back of the ambulance with her?
I did.
Did you continue to have conversations with her?
Yes, I did.
Did you hear conversations or parts of conversations she was having with your colleague?
I had parts.
When you got to the hospital, what happens next?
So we brought Miss Reed into the hospital, registered her, bring it to the psychiatric section.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you,
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Good afternoon, Firefighter Becker.
Good afternoon.
When you first arrived at the scene, there was at least two Canton police officers there, still.
Correct.
Do you remember their names?
Officer Saraf and Officer Mulvaney.
Okay. Their cruiser was there. You said that an engine was still there?
Correct.
And was there another ambulance there, or the other ambulance had already left the scene? They'd cleared?
They had already transported to the hospital.
Remind me, you were in ambulance 2?
Two. I was ambulance 2.
Got it. You parked behind the SUV where you ultimately made contact with Miss Reed, correct?
I think it was more in front of the SUV because the way the SUV was parked.
Got it. Got out of the ambulance, ultimately made contact with Miss Reed through the passenger door?
Correct.
Had a short conversation with her there?
I did.
You said it was maybe 5 to 8 minutes?
More like 5 minutes because of the weather conditions.
Okay, nothing of great consequence. I'm guessing just an initial, I think you called it sort of a triage assessment?
Well, it was more of just introducing myself and asking her how she was doing.
Got it. And then there was one other person in the cab of the vehicle as well?
There was.
Female, male?
Female.
So there are two females, one Miss Reed, one another female. Did you see any other civilian females out there?
I didn't see.
Okay,
but
so at least where you were, the contact that you had with Miss Reed and this other female, there was just two of them, not a third one.
From what I saw, correct.
Did you get the other female's name?
No, at the time I did not.
Okay. By the way, have you since gotten her name?
Based on a conversation Firefighter Whitley and Miss Reed had back in the ambulance.
Got it. Okay. And who was that other person?
Miss Carrie Roberts.
Okay. When you first observed Miss Reed, did you note whether or not there was anything unusual about her physical appearance, meaning anything on her?
She did, yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
She had some blood around her mouth, her neck area.
At that point, were you concerned about, obviously you're concerned mainly about her safety and getting her safely to the hospital, correct?
That's correct.
Were you worried that that might be her blood?
She had said that she had given CPR to her husband.
Okay. You jumped a question ahead. I was going to say, did she tell you that it was in fact not her blood?
She did, so that kind of, in a way, ruled it out.
Okay.
No injury for me.
And you didn't notice anything about her that looked like she was physically injured or physically in harm?
I did not.
Okay. She indicated that she had given CPR, mouth-to-mouth, attempts at mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
She did.
And that would account for the blood on her face and in her hair and on her neck?
That's what she told me.
Okay. And based on your observations of her, you didn't have any reason to quarrel with that?
Correct.
Okay. You indicated that her tone was somewhat rapid and repetitive. Is that right?
It fluctuated. So at times it was, yes.
Did it appear to you at that time that she had gone through a pretty significant trauma, as best you were trained at the time?
Objection.
A little bit more of a foundation, I'll give it to you.
Sure. Have you ever, in your course of training, seen individuals who have gone through some sort of a traumatic event?
Frequently.
Frequently.
Everyone's different, though.
Understood. Well, obviously, everybody's got their own personalities and the way of dealing with those things, right?
Sure.
Have you been able to, through your training, assess whether, at least in your belief, your observations, if someone has gone through a relatively traumatic event, as opposed to just someone whistling down the sidewalk?
Yes.
Okay. Did it appear at that time, when you're interacting with Ms. Reed, that she was showing the signs consistent of having gone through a trauma?
At the time, yes.
Okay. So hence the rapid speech, the repetitive speech, things of that nature?
Correct, for her. For the defendant, some people don't have repetitive
Understood.
speech.
I'm just talking about your observations of her at that time.
Yes, sir.
Her demeanor was consistent with having gone through a significant trauma.
For the situation, sure, yes.
Okay. You said that she went from calmness to agitation. The agitation you accounted for being, I don't necessarily want to go to the hospital, I don't want to be sectioned, correct?
She felt like she didn't need to. It wasn't, she wasn't going to act on her comments about wanting to harm herself.
You called it, I think in a report, it's SI, suicidal ideation?
Correct.
That's obviously of great concern to you and your partners when you're assessing the patient, correct?
That's right.
You don't want to leave someone on their own if they're going to self-harm, correct?
That's correct.
You pretty quickly assessed, I'm guessing, Firefighter Becker, that she was not, in fact, in the position to self-harm, that I think you said that the statements that she originally made, if John dies, I don't want to live, were not necessarily at the level of actual suicidal ideation. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, at the time I believed her because of the information we got and what she went through.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand your answer.
Sorry, can you repeat your question?
It's probably my fault. At the time that you assessed her, even though she had made some comments about if John doesn't live, I don't want to live either, you did not elevate that to the level of her being suicidal at that moment.
So I couldn't rule it out, but
okay.
I didn't think it was a huge threat at the time.
Understood. That's what I was trying to get at.
Couldn't rule it out, so that's why we had to take her to the hospital.
Understood. I mean, you had a Section 12. You had to take her irrespective of what you ruled in or out, right?
Correct.
Okay. Firefighter Whitley was with you in the back of the ambulance the entire time you were with Miss Reed, correct?
Not the entire time. He was before we decided transporting. He was kind of in and out, trying to find more of, talking to the police officers, find more of a story of, what happened, why we're taking the defendant on a Section 12.
Once you and Miss Reed were in the back of the ambulance, Firefighter Whitley then joined you in the back of the ambulance?
He did.
How much time lapsed?
It was a couple a couple minutes at the most.
Okay, so it wasn't a lengthy amount of time.
It wasn't lengthy.
And he was with you during the transport, along with Ms. Reed, for the whole transport back to Good Sam.
Yes.
And you said on direct examination, I think your phrase was, all in all, she was cooperative with us.
For the majority of the transport, yes.
Okay. Never became combative, never got physical, nothing like that?
No.
Okay. She did refer to Mr. O'Keefe as her husband or her spouse?
That's correct.
You're aware of HIPAA rules, obviously. You're in the medical field, correct?
Correct.
You were aware at the time that HIPAA rules would demand or dictate that unless you're a spouse or a parent or a child, there are certain rules against getting or providing information to someone who isn't one of those close family members, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You previously indicated on direct examination that, I think your words were, that Ms. Reed indicated that her last conversation she had with her husband was an argument, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified about that statement in other particulars, right? Other hearings.
I have.
You're paraphrasing. You didn't write down what she said about her previous interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, and you didn't record those on a tape recorder, correct?
I wrote down in my report that she said she had an argument.
Right. You didn't write them down at the time. That was a bad question on my part. You weren't taking notes as she was speaking.
Yeah, I could have been. I mean, it's kind of for every call we jot down notes on a notepad, just so when we give the staff a report, we can read off it.
Do you have those notes?
I don't.
Okay. Do you think you took notes or no?
To be honest, I'm not sure. I could have been typing them on the computer. That's what we typed the report on.
Okay.
At the time.
Do you have an independent recollection of taking notes, either handwritten or on a computer, as you sit here right now?
I couldn't tell you if I did one or the other. Sometimes I write on the computer, sometimes I don't.
Or you might not have written anything down, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So, in any event, you weren't taking down, even if you were taking notes, you weren't taking down verbatim quotes of what she was saying. You were paraphrasing the information that was coming to you, correct?
That's correct.
All right. You had previously said or testified that the last time, let me rephrase that just a little bit. You previously indicated in recounting what it was that Ms. Reed actually said to you was something along the lines of she was upset because her last words to him were, because of her last words to him being in anger. I object.
I'm going to allow the question.
Is that correct?
Well, I probably phrased it a little wrongly. The last words. It was the last conversation.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question is a simple one. In a previous hearing, did you use the phrase "her last words to him"?
Yes, I did. I did.
And that was at a hearing where you were under oath, just like you are now, correct?
Correct.
That was a little closer in time than we are now. It was maybe a year ago, correct?
Correct.
Actually, my mistake. It was about 2.5 years ago. It was a grand jury, correct?
Grand jury was before. Yes.
Okay. And the phrase that you used was, and I want to concentrate on that for just a quick second, Firefighter Becker.
Sure.
The phrase that you used at that time was that she said, quote, like her last words to him. She was upset about her, quote, last words to him. Is that right? I object.
All right, can I see counsel at sidebar, please?
I continue, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. When you were recounting the conversation that Ms. Reed indicated that she was upset about, you also indicated, in addition to using the phrase, her last words to him, you also said that it was earlier in the night, correct? They had an argument earlier in the night.
I don't recall.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
If you don't mind, take a look at the top paragraph, very, very small print. Let me know when you've refreshed your recollection.
Yes.
Great. May I approach?
Yes.
When you wrote your report, you had indicated that when she was describing the argument that you testified to on direct, it was about an argument that was, quote, earlier in the night.
Earlier in the night, correct.
Okay. And then you recounted that statement, that same statement in the grand jury later on as at least including, quote, her last words. Is that right?
Her last words.
You were talking about an argument that they had, and then she was upset, and you were paraphrasing her, and one of the things that you paraphrased was, in fact, your statement was she was upset that was like her last words to him, correct?
She said that.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. Were you also made aware, did she tell you that her last words to him were in voicemails? Did she say that?
She didn't give any details.
Did you ask her, what were your last words to him?
I did not.
Did she ever say whether or not she believed he ever received her last words to him?
No other details. There was no other details other than what she said.
Okay. But she did, when she was having this conversation with you about her last words to him, she did actually take out her phone and show you a bunch of missed calls to him at the same time, didn't she?
She tried to, yes.
Okay. In your mind, did you put two and two together that what she was actually talking about were the missed calls and her being upset about her last words to him, being very angry on those missed calls, those voicemails? Did you put those two things together?
I didn't.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Sir, when Ms. Reed told you that she was sad because her last conversation or her last thing that she had said to him was an argument, did she ever suggest that was in a voicemail?
Objection.
Did she ever suggest it was in a voicemail?
She did not.
Did she ever suggest that she didn't actually speak to him, but instead it was some type of message?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Did she ever suggest that?
She did not.
In fact, you wrote a report saying that there was an argument earlier in the night, didn't you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You then were interviewed, weren't you? You interviewed on February 14th, 2022?
Yes.
And you referred to the fact that she told you there was an argument earlier in the night?
Argument early in the night.
Okay. And she was telling you this when you were speaking to her that morning?
Correct. Around 6 a.m.
Right.
Yes.
And earlier in the night, do you know if she was referring to 12:30?
I did not know.
Or 12:15?
No.
Or midnight?
I didn't know the time.
His answer is he doesn't know.
You testified in the grand jury, and Attorney Jackson just asked you some questions about part of the statement you made to the grand jury when he said, like her last words. Would you like to put that in context of the whole statement you made? Do you remember
her last words?
Do you remember the entire statement that you made in the grand jury about the statement that was made to you?
I'd have to...
May I approach?
Yes.
This is page 81, lines 1 through 4. Please read it to yourself.
Right here, sir.
1 through 4, please.
Yes.
Now, when you made that statement you were asked about in the grand jury, you didn't just say, like her last words, did you?
No.
You explained your memory to the grand jury?
Objection.
Ask him what he told the grand jury.
Okay. The grand jury, do you know it was on April 21st, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and did you tell the grand jury? So
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for a second, please.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you that statement that you made. That includes last words, but there's more to the statement, isn't there?
She was upset.
I'd like you to read
Oh, okay,
your
sorry.
entire...
All right, guys, I'm back. What'd I miss? Did it get exciting?
You can read that out loud.
So she was also she was upset also because she said.
Are we reading testimony into the record now? What are we doing?
She had gotten into an argument. So she was upset that that was like her last words to him.
And so when you were speaking about her last words to him, were you referring to the argument?
Correct.
You testified again regarding this issue, didn't you, in May 3rd, 2024?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you think or believe that the conversation she was relating to you was about a voicemail?
Objection.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Did you use the word again on May 3rd, 2024, argument?
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
I used argument.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You know, this makes me want to never testify ever, because you're going to crucify me on every single word that I make. You've got to be
I'm
kidding
going
me.
to see you at sidebar again and bring these documents, please. Bring all of it.
You know, you got to be kidding me. You know, it makes me want to never testify, because there is no way on this goddamn earth that I'm going to say everything exactly correctly. That's impossible. You know, that I'm not going to say something a little bit wrong, or I'm not going to use the wrong word. Give me a break. You know, I'm not even that clean necessarily in the written word when I have time to edit. You know, like, damn, right? I mean, but you're going to like really crucify me over every single word or everything I did or did not do with like this unbelievable level of precision. It's like I'm under oath and everything, but you know, damn, I'm not perfect. You know, is it just me? You know, it's like, heaven forbid I put a comma in the wrong place. especially like after 2 years, right? It's like, this is what I was trying to tell you guys the other day, man. And you were like, some of you guys were fighting me on this issue. It's like, it's not necessarily a lie just because I told a different story 2 different times. I'd be lucky if I told you the same story 2 days apart. Exactly. And if I did, that'd be pretty suspicious too, man. You know, heaven forbid you ask me about what I testified about 2 years ago, or what 2 years before that, or what I said to police. It's like, heaven forbid that I get a word in the wrong place, or I don't remember a detail completely correctly, or I flip who said it. Like I tell the police, it was Joe. And then later I'm like, no, it was Sam. Didn't you tell the police Joe? Yeah, I guess I did, but it was Sam. Is your memory better then or better now? Like, holy shit, man. You know what I'm saying? You know? Oh, Joe said this, then Sam said that. Oh, wasn't it the other way around? Oh, it was the other way around. Oh, Sam said that, and then Joe said that. Well, I thought you said Joe spoke first. You know? Even, you know, under oath. Under oath, it's like, you know, oh, I said he had a blue shirt on. Oh, no, it was gray. I mean, you know, it's just, there's just no way. There's no way that I'm going to be perfect enough. I don't think any of us can be that perfect. You know? It's like, oh, did you hear her say this? And like, well, no, it wasn't that I heard her say. I misunderstood the question. What about the question did you misunderstand? I'm a human being. Give me a break. You know? I mean, sometimes in chat, you guys type something and I misinterpret it or I misread it. It's not because I'm dishonest. Sometimes I just read it wrong. Sometimes I misinterpret it. I've been accused of misinterpreting comments on more than a few occasions. It's like I misinterpreted the intent behind it, or I misread it, or that one time in the Supreme Court case where I dropped 2 sentences recently. We were discussing that immigration case, and I was doing the whole, you know, send them back thing, and I dropped 2 sentences out of the Supreme Court case because I made a mistake. I made a mistake. You know, I was reading the Supreme Court case, then I read the chat and, you know, commenting, and I lost my place, and I made a mistake. I'm a human being. I'm just a human being. I'm just a man. I'm just an ordinary man. We need a break. I need a clip. I need a funny clip. Hold on, please. One moment. Talk amongst yourselves.
I don't know why we're doing this, Laura.
It's because the ice stars did earlier as well.
Yeah, but we're not ice stars, Laura. We're just normal men.
What do you mean, normal men?
We're just innocent men.
Thank you for that humor break. I needed that in my life. All right, going back to the trial now. Sorry about that.
Yes,
thank you. Sir, when you wrote the report of your notes to put in your report, do you remember the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her actually saying the word argument?
I did.
Do you remember her ever saying any word about voice messages?
I did not.
You said that there was somebody in the front seat of the car with the defendant?
It was.
And you later learned from the defendant it was a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
Correct.
Can you share with us the context? How did you learn that?
The defendant and my partner, firefighter Whitley, had a conversation.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
So the defendant brought up how if her husband had died at the time, she didn't know how she was going to take care of his kids.
Objection.
I'm going to allow this.
And firefighter Whitley mentioned that she had like a strong support system. You know, all the friends are on Canton, and
Objection, Your Honor. Any reproach?
yes.
About trauma, and you said that you observed that the person may be in trauma. Ms. Reed.
A traumatic event, like
traumatic event.
Right.
Do you have any idea what caused that traumatic event?
I did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything?
Very quickly, you indicated that you were asked on redirect examination by Mr. Brennan whether earlier in the night could have been 12 or 12:15 a.m., correct?
That's what he asked, yes.
And earlier in the night could have been 6 o'clock p.m.
Early in the night, yeah, correct.
Could have been 5 o'clock p.m.
Could have been.
Could have been 7 o'clock p.m.
Sure.
Okay. You were also asked whether or not Ms. Reed actually specifically mentioned voicemails when she talked about those last words. And you said she didn't.
That I remember, correct.
But she did show you her phone.
She tried to.
And she did show you a bunch of missed calls to John O'Keefe, correct?
I wasn't going to look through her phone. I don't know who she called.
Thank you.
When she said about the argument, she said those were the last words, the argument, right?
That's correct.
Sustained. All right. Jurors, disregard that last statement. All right, you are all set.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you for putting an end to that. Thank you.
If the court pleases, yes.
Jurors, we could do 6 minutes, but I think we'll just, this is probably the place to start.
Are we done for the day?
As I understand it, folks, we're on schedule, right where we thought we would be. We're going to release you for today. Now, when I told you this morning, and I've told you other times too, that when you're out in that room waiting for us, we're in here getting work done to make things more efficient for the trial, especially a trial this long. We've decided that we're going to spend Monday afternoon again trying to streamline this trial and deal with issues that we have to deal with. So Monday for you will be a half a day. All right, so I just wanted to tell you that before you left today. Please, again, those 3 cautions: do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation.
We're having a full day, but we're doing ARC on Monday.
Anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. And I guess the 4th caution is the same as I've been saying. Please be very careful with your social media. All right, have a good weekend. We'll see you Monday morning.
Yeah, the jury has a half day on Monday, but we have a full day on Monday because the second half of the day is ARC on Monday. So we have a full day on Monday. Don't worry. We have stupid voir dire on Monday. Stupid voir dire. So yeah, that's Monday. So that's exciting. Spinny Fan is back. Spinny Fan is back. We like Spinny Fan. For dire. Spinny Fan knows the truth about Massachusetts. I'm not sure where I was going with that sentence. I kind of lost my way halfway through. You guys know what that's like, right? You just kind of lose your way halfway through a sentence. You're like, I don't know where I was going with that one. Yeah. I think I'm still mind numbed from the chemistry. I won't call it stupid. On this occasion, the chemistry stupid is on my end. So normally when I talk about the stupid, I'm talking about the thing I'm commenting on. Today, I'm talking about myself when I talk about the chemistry stupid. I don't understand anything he said at all. I don't know. It's something magic, something. Yeah. Something magic, chemistry, blood, alcohol, lab, Rocher, whatever thing. The magic blood machine. I don't know. Yeah. He might be a good expert, but he's not a good expert witness. A good expert witness needs to explain it down. They need to meet the jury where they're at. The jury is the ordinary man. That's who they're supposed to be, the reasonable, ordinary, prudent man. The reasonable, ordinary, prudent man has no way of understanding anything that was just said. That is hopeless. There's no way the reasonably prudent, the man on the bus, there's no way the man on the bus understands any of that. as beyond the ordinary man. So he might be a good expert, but he's a shit expert witness because he needs to meet the people where they're at. The best expert witness makes me feel smart. That's the really good expert witness. When I feel smart, you know, he makes me feel smart. I'm like, that's really good. You know, stroke my ego. So he might be a good expert, but he's a suck ass expert witness because, yeah, I don't know what he said. I don't know what he said. That's beyond me. You can explain expert concepts in simpler language without losing much fidelity. You know, or at least can try. If Karen wins, do I think she sues? I think it's very unlikely she'll be able to sue anybody. I don't think she really has any grounds to sue. Grounds. So I don't think that's likely. She could probably try to eke out a 1983 claim against Proctor somewhere. If she really put her mind to it, maybe. I don't have high hopes. Yeah, maybe with Proctor and searching for the nudes, the search without the search warrant. Yeah, there might be a 1983 cause of action in there. Yeah, there might be. It would be a very tough road to hoe, but maybe. But I don't have extremely high hopes. You guys know how hard a 1983 cause of action is. We've discussed it many times. Of course, there's still the civil suit against Karen, so she's not done with courts in any event. She still has a wrongful death suit pending against her. So that's fun. By his mom? Well, by his estate, whoever that would be. But yeah, presumably his parents, yes. How does it work if she's found not guilty? The same way it worked against OJ. OJ was found not guilty and then they sued him for wrongful death and won. That's how it works. Two different standards and two different standards of burdens of proof. Easy peasy, no problem. Can she have the same lawyers? Technically, yes. Practically, no. She would get specialists in civil law. She'd be more likely to hire someone like me. Civil law is more my bag than criminal law. Although I'm more federal civil law at that. She needed someone to do her 1983 cause of action. I could give it a shot, but yeah. Sue everyone in sight and try to figure it out later. Yeah, sue Proctor, sue the DA. Well, not the DA themselves, but the office. Sue the Canton police for supervision. Yeah, sue everyone in sight and then try to figure out who I actually have causes of action for later. but it will take years. And I'm not doing it on contingency because I'm probably going to lose. So I hope you have a big pile of money. Is a lawyer cheaper for this or the civil case? They'll both be pretty expensive. I'm sure this will wind up being more expensive, but civil suit ain't going to be cheap. You think I'd lose on a 1983? Yeah, probably. 1983 is tough. It's a tough cause of action. I have to show a violation of the constitutional rights, and I also have to show that right is clearly established. And part two is where things get tricky. It'd be challenging. But the best possible outcome for me and Karen Reed would probably be a settlement at some point down the line. A settlement for some amount of money to make it go away. Maybe if I'm really lucky, I can eke out a couple $1 million in settlement, but that's basically the best possible outcome. In any event, it'd still be a couple years of my time. I didn't think you'd actually say she might lose. 1983 causes of action are hard. We discuss 1983 causes of action all the time. They're difficult. You have to show the violation of the constitutional right, and the tricky part, showing that constitutional right is clearly established. That's hard. What I think the sidebar is about now, probably discussion relating to ARCA, probably some discussions about where various things are relating to ARCA, what reports are available or what's been turned over or where the status of that is, probably if I had to bet. There's no right against malicious prosecution. Do you know how hard a malicious prosecution cause of action is to win? It's impossible, especially here. There's no way I'd win a malicious cause of action. Yeah. Malicious, maybe a malicious prosecution, maybe against the police. Maybe, although even that's really fucking hard, to be honest. They're not easy causes of action. They're very difficult causes of action. They're very, very difficult causes of action. Oh, the wrongful death suit? Oh, as to that? Oh, yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't forecast that in particular. I mean, the burden of proof is only preponderance of the evidence. And it also, of course, depends what evidence would be presented at the civil trial. So that, of course, depends. Will she have ARCA again? Is she going to be able to pay for that? I don't know. So, she has, it depends on what's available to present.
So, Tori,
will the verdict have a result on civil? No, they're independent. Well, guilty verdict would help in the civil case.
Goodbye.
All right.
Margaret, thank you.
Spinny fan, spins for justice. Spinny fan, spins around. Spinny fan, spins for justice. I can't remember. Gives 1999 pounds. Thank you. Do I think it's possible for the O'Keefes to drop their case? Is it possible? Of course, they can drop any case they want at any time. Will they? Of course not. We'll watch Spinny Fan, and then we'll finish up with Supreme Court and probably call it a day. Okay, that's the end of Spinny Fan. All right, let's finish reading this Supreme Court opinion that I started earlier. So when we last left the action, we were dealing with when it's illegal to carry a firearm in a crime of violence. Okay, and we were dealing with what is a crime of violence for the purpose of federal law. The Supreme Court has previously opined a crime of violence is only a crime of violence if it's always a crime of violence. So in this distinction, there's a distinction between a violent crime and a crime of violence. A violent crime might be any crime in which violence occurs, but a crime of violence is a crime in which violence is an element of the crime. Okay, if it's not an element of the crime, it is not a crime of violence. So that's where we left the action. For it to be a crime of violence, it has to have, the crime itself must have an element of violence to count. Okay, fine. So that's where we left the action. All right, so we pick up. Here, Salvatore Delgatti was convicted of violating the law after he recruited a gang member to kill a suspected police informant and gave them a loaded revolver to carry out the job. So is that a crime of violence, I guess, is where we're at. Before trial, Delgatti moved to dismiss the charge on the ground that the charge lacked the required predicate crime of violence, but the district court denied. Delgatti's indictment charged him with attempted murder under violent crimes in aid of racketeering, which required proof that Delgatti had attempted second-degree murder under New York law. Delgatti argued that the victims in crime offense predicated on New York second-degree murder is not a crime under federal law elements because homicide under New York law can be committed by omission, defined as failure to perform legal duty. Okay, fair enough. So that's an interesting argument, right? So they're charging him under federal law and saying your crime is attempted murder on the state level. Okay? There's a way for them to do this, right? Because they're using the state level crime as a part of racketeering indictment. Okay, it's a predicate crime to the racketeering. It's kind of like RICO. All right. So they want to charge him with a racketeering charge, federal racketeering. Okay. What is the crime that we're charging you with in the federal racketeering? In this case, a state level attempted murder. That's the crime we're charging you with. All right. Is attempted murder a crime of violence? He argues no, because second degree murder isn't a crime of violence, because you can be convicted by omission, failure to do something. If you have a duty, you could be convicted of murder by failing to act. And failing to act isn't violence, not typically, that's not how you would think of it. So he therefore argues it is not a crime of violence because you could be convicted of murder without violence. Okay, that's a pretty reasonable argument. All right, let's read on. The Second Circuit affirmed the district court's conclusion that New York attempted second-degree murder as a crime of violence. So this is actually interesting because this could get into the technical distinction between the attempt of the crime and the crime. Because maybe the attempt is different than maybe there's a distinction to be had there. All right, so let's see what the Supreme Court says about this issue. Held, the knowing or intentional causation of injury or death, whether by act or omission, necessarily involves the use of physical force against another within the meaning of the law. Okay, that's an interesting read. Not one I necessarily would have agreed with in the first instance. So omit an omission, if done intentionally, can still be force. Okay, I mean, that's an interesting read. Okay. It is impossible to deliberately cause physical harm without the use of physical force. Is it? I'll take your word for it. In United States versus Castleman, this court held that under 922G9, which prohibits anyone convicted of a misdemeanor crime of domestic violence from owning a firearm, the knowing or intentional causation of bodily injury necessarily involves the use of physical force. Okay. First, the court found it impossible to cause bodily injury without implying the force needed to commit the common law battery. Second, the court held that knowing or intentional application of force is use of force in that sense. Well, that I buy. If I know about it or intend the application that I'm using it, that part I buy. The logic of Castleman extends to this statute. Although the parties stipulate that 922G9 and 924C require different levels of force, battery level force versus violent force, the difference is immaterial here. As the court noted in Stoking versus United States, violent force encompasses the force required for common law robbery. Although a mere touch is not sufficient force for common law robbery, any force that actually causes injury or death is. Okay. Further, common law robbery, like battery, can be committed through indirect use of force. Okay. Thus, the knowing or intentional causation of bodily injury necessarily involves the use of physical force under 924C, just as it does 922G9. Castleman's logic forecloses the challenge. Because New York's second-degree murder requires proof defendant intentionally caused the death of another, it necessarily involves the use of physical force. Okay. Delgado contends that an offender can commit New York second-degree murder without being the actual cause of the victim's death because the offender can do so through omission. But the test for actual causality is where the victim's death would not have occurred in the absence of, that is, but for, the conduct. When a child starves to death after parents refuse to provide food, the parent's conduct is no less the cause of death than if the parents had poisoned the child. Well, that part I agree. I mean, that much is true. Whether or not that's force, I suppose, is debatable, but okay. Is withholding food force? Interesting philosophical question. Delgado also argues that an offender who causes harm by omission does not make use of force against the person of another, but it's natural to say that a person makes use of something by deliberate inaction. A mother who purposefully kills her child by declining to intervene when the child drinks bleach makes use of the bleach's poisonous properties. Okay. I'm not sure if I necessarily agree with that either, but carrying on. Second, the phrase against the person or property of another in 924C3A does not exclude crime of omissions. That phrase at most requires that another person be the conscious object of force. Whenever an offender deliberately causes bodily harm by omission, another person is necessarily the conscious object of the force. The ordinary meaning of the term crime of violence confirms that Congress meant for the elements to clause to cover crimes of omission. Intentional murder is the prototypical crime of violence, and has long been understood to incorporate liability for both act and omission. In 1986, when the elements clause was added, at least 33 states generally defined criminal culpability acts to include omission of legal duty, and leading criminal law treatises equated act and omission. If the elements clause is to have a reasonable relationship to the term it defines, it must encompass cases where the offender makes use of physical force. Thomas delivers the opinion of the court in which Roberts, Alito, Sotomayor, Kagan, Kavanaugh, and Barrett join. Gorsuch, my boy, delivers a dissenting opinion in which Jackson, not the most likely pairing, join. Gorsuch and Jackson, man, those are two opposite ends joining together in dissent. That's interesting. In a 7-2 opinion. That's pretty interesting, man. Yeah. Okay. Let's read some of the dissent. I'm curious because Gorsuch is my boy. Let's see what Gorsuch has to say about this. All right. Imagine a lifeguard perched on his chair at a beach who spots a swimmer struggling against the waves. Instead of leaping into action, the lifeguard chooses to settle back in his chair, twirl his whistle, and watch the swimmer slip away. The lifeguard may know that his inaction will cause death. Perhaps the swimmer is the lifeguard's enemy, and the lifeguard even wishes to see him die. Either way, the lifeguard is a bad man. Facts. In many states, he may be guilty of a serious crime for failing to fulfill his legal duty to help the swimmer. But does the lifeguard's offense also qualify as a crime of violence involving the use of force? The court thinks so. I do not. The relevant statute may reach many crimes, but does not reach crimes of omission. As I see it, the court reaches the wrong destination because it takes a wrong turn at the start. Our cases are replete with reminders that when faced with a question of statutory interpretation, the text is where it begins and often ends. Holla, textualism. Today, however, the court whistles back past the terms Congress gave. Instead, it chooses to begin and largely end its analysis of this case with an examination of precedent and assumptions about Congress's purposes. I will get to those matters later, but first let's do what the court does not and look at the text. The relevant law imposes a sentencing enhancement on individuals who use, carry, or possess firearms during and in relation to a crime of violence. The relevant law then proceeds to define the phrase crime of violence as an offense that is a felony and has an element, the use, attempted use, or threatened use of force. Saying that that's an omission is, I think, linguistically challenging. Today, the court reworks that definition at the government's request. Now the court says crime of violence includes knowing or intentional causation of bodily injury by omission. Under that approach, the government admits even our lifeguard, who offense stems from inaction, is guilty of a crime of violence. The only trouble is nothing like the rule the government proposes the court adopts anywhere within the text. To appreciate how unlikely the court's new rule is, just walk through the statute's key definitional terms, beginning with the term use. When Congress adopted the current version, the word use meant, as it does today, to employ, to convert one's services, to avail oneself of. As this court has long recognized, these various definitions of use imply action. And because use has an active meaning, one does not use something through mere inaction, inertia, or non-activity. What must a person actively employ to commit a crime of violence? The statute tells us physical force, that is, force applied to the body, actual violence. This court explained as much previously. There, the court addressed the meaning of the phrase physical force in the definition of the term violent felony. Physical force, the court held, does not reach emotional or intellectual force, nor does it carry specialized meanings in the field of physics, a cause of acceleration of mass. So letting a pre-existing force of nature run its course does not suffice. Instead, an individual must employ force consisting of a physical act. The physical act must also be violent. Again, consider our case law. Because the relevant statute uses the phrase physical force to define what qualifies as a violent felony, the court rejected the government's effort to equate the physical act required by statute with a kind of mere touching sufficient to establish the common law. Resort to common law battery principles and statutory scheme, the court reasoned would produce a comical misfit. Instead, the court ruled the requisite physical act must be violent, which is to say extreme and severe. And if that much follows when the phrase physical force is used to define violence, surely the same must hold true when the phrase is used in the same section of the U.S. Code. Finally, the statute requires the use of force against the person or property of another. Again, addressing the statute, a plurality of this court recognized that similar language modifies volitional conduct, that is, use of force, discussed in the statute, and doing so identifies the conscious object of defense use of physical force. All of which suggests that the statute before us captures only active violence when it is knowing or intentionally applied against the term a person of another. Putting these pieces together reveals the implausibility of the court's new rule. To commit a crime of violence, an individual must actively, not just through inertia, employ a violent or extreme physical act, not mere touching or pre-existing force, knowingly or intentionally to harm the person or property. An individual who, this court puts it, causes bodily injury by omission does not meet this criteria. Someone like our lifeguard may knowingly and intentionally cause the death of another by refusing to fulfill his legal duty to act. Maliciously, he may choose to allow natural forces to take their toll, but by remaining in his chair, he does not actively employ even the merest of touching, let alone physical force. Of course, crimes of omission like our lifeguard are serious ones that can invite serious punishment under various state and federal law. But this particular federal law was not written to reach every felony found in our nation's code, and the statute's terms cannot be covered to stretch terms of inaction or inertia. Excuse me one second. Not only does this court fail to grapple with the statutory text, It breezes past the next best evidence statutory meaning context. As it turns out, several pieces of contextual evidence, all unmentioned by the court, weigh against the notion that crimes of violence can include omission. First, consider how informed readers understood the phrase. When Congress first considered defining crimes of violence to require the use of physical force against the property of another, legislators recognized those terms would not reach omissions. A Senate report explained that the operator of a dam who refused to open the floodgates during a flood, thereby placing the residents of upstream area in jeopardy, would not have committed a crime of violence since they did not use force. Of course, legislative history is not law and should not be confused for it, but the report supplies at least some evidence that ordinary speakers at the time enactment understood the phrase use of force to exclude crimes of omission. Second, analyzing how particular combinations of words are used in vast debate of English prose can shed light on how ordinary people understand terms. Just as in the database, the corpus of contemporary American English contains 47 non-specialist instances of use of force. Of those references, all refer to physical conduct, non-plausibly refer to depriving services from pre-existing physical force. Thus, the phrase prototypically reasserts to assertive physical conduct. Third, any other interpretation introduces redundancy. The relevant law details two separate ways in which offense may qualify as a crime of violence. The first, the focus of our attention, is focused in the law, or that's sometimes called the elements clause. That provision addresses those felony offenses that have the element of use of physical force against the property of another. The second, found in the relevant law, or what's sometimes called the residual clause, speaks to felony offenses by their nature involving substantial risk of felony force. To the extent the law might address omissions, the residual clause is their natural home. It requires no active employment of physical force, only the risk that some force might be used. Expanding the element clause to reach omission, as the court does today, goes a long way towards rendering the residual clause pointless. Perhaps the court considers that outcome a virtue, given that we held the residual clause unconstitutionally vague and then unenforceable. But conscripting one subsection to do the work no longer performed by another makes a hash out of separate and discrete provisions. Finally, a look at the broader federal code reinforces what the statutory text suggests. Congress has exhibited no difficulty in addressing omission crimes elsewhere, mentioning them explicitly in dozens of provisions. The fact that Congress knows exactly how to reach omission offenses when it wishes to do so, yet declines to mention them here, stands as one more piece of evidence. I think that's pretty persuasive, actually, all things considered. So I think our lifeguard friend, at least in my humble opinion, is not guilty of a crime of violence within the meaning of the federal law, whatever could be said for other sections of other federal law or state level law. He may be guilty of many things, including state level murder. But assuming our lifeguard friend also happened to have a gun on him at the time, I would agree that he is not guilty of possession of a crime of violence within the meaning of Section 924. So I think I agree with the dissent on this point. Excuse me again, 1 second, please. Excuse me, I've got some telemarketing spam I need to tell someone off.
Hello, this is Savannah with DSR Holdings. Calls are being recorded. How can I help you?
You can add me to your do not call list.
We're looking for Mayra Diaz. Do you know who she is?
You can add me to your do not call list.
Okie doke.
Bye. See, that was easy. Law, baby. Law's a good thing, man. Law's a good thing. All right, guys, I think this is going to end our stream for today. Although, you know what? You guys are here. Let's play a little bit of Schedule 1. I need a break. You need a break. We all need a break. Let's watch the nice. Let's do the nice. I don't even answer, just decline and block. Yeah, I guess so. But they've been calling me a couple times. That's not the first time I've seen that number. So I was like, you know what? That's fine. I'm going to tell them off. Tell them to stop calling me. Now, if they call me back, I can sue them. Let me also text this other guy back because I want to talk to him. So let me text someone else back. Okay. Court ended early. Can you do a Zoom in an hour? Can you do a Zoom sooner? Let's see what his availability is. All right, great. All right, so let's see if he texts me back. Let's play some games as well. Let's play the nice drug game. Let's deal some nice drugs in the nice drug game. All right, let's see. When we last left the action, where were we in the nice drug game? Do I have any jars? Did we ever get bumped from Schedule 1? No, it never got reclassified. It's still Schedule 1. Disappointing. I'm going to also package this stuff because I can kind of take it with me. Oops. All right, let's see where we are. When we last left the action, we're a little cash poor at the moment. Let's see, where, Yeah, I need cash. Thank you. All right, so I will give you, I guess, 3 more of these, and I will take this. Thank you. Thank you. I need the money. Okay, and I will give you 4 of these. Please sell the nice. Please sell the nice drugs. Okay, I'm still trying to get this guy to be my dealer, but he, I don't think we have friendships close enough yet. Let's see, do you want? Okay, you don't want, okay. All right, Brad, how you doing, Brad? Still not so much with Brad. Still trying to get to be close with Brad, but, I'm apparently not close to any of his friends yet. Do you want a drug? You don't want a drug? Who says no to drugs? I didn't know you could say no to drugs. Who told these guys about just say no? I'm gonna give you this. I'm gonna give you this for $1. Are you my friend now? Not yet. Jackie. Nice police person. Hello, nice police person. Do you want a drug? No? Okay. There's a church here. Does the church want a drug? No. Okay, no, I guess not. Chris? No? No, can't get the Lily either. Well, in any event, I need to start with the meth production. So let's go ahead and get that started. My workers want to be paid. Very greedy, if I don't say so myself. Okay. Is my chemist cooking drugs now or what? Everyone's standing outside. I guess not. Okay. Chemistry oven, lab oven. Yeah, okay, but you're not cooking anything. Why aren't you cooking anything? Is it because I had the wrong rack assigned? Are you cooking meth now? Are you doing the meth thing? No, that's not it. Is it that I don't have an ingredient I need? Is that the problem? Do you need something? There's nothing for you to do. There's nothing for you to do. Okay. I'm confused. Do I just have to make it myself? One, okay. Combine ingredients in a beaker. Okay. Okay. Okay, stir. Lower boiling flask. Okay. Pour mixture into flask. Okay, raise flask above burner. Start burner. Okay. Oh, do I have to do this manually? Okay. And then, like, I just wait 8 hours and the meth is ready? Okay, well, I guess I'll go to bed and then I'll have some meth. All right, that's nice. Do I need more jars? Looks like I need way more jars. How am I out of jars? I'm out of everything now. Too much stuff, man. Too much stuff. I can now get a drying rack. That's nice. Also horse semen. I'm not sure what I'm using that for, but oh, I do have jars. They're just in my inventory. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't see it. Okay. Bake the liquid meth with the oven. Okay. I have to wait. It's not quite ready yet. I have to wait another couple minutes. All right, while I'm waiting, I can go get some more jars and some more baggies because I need those. I'm running out. And I'll get 40 of these. And you figure out like what's being stored where, you know? Okay. We're done with this now? Okay. Still in there 4 minutes, huh? Still cooking. Okay. Am I out of seed? I'm out of seed. Okay. I'm out of... Yeah, I don't know what I need. Oh, Lord. It's hard to get all the things you need. Yeah, they're getting paid to lollygag. I know. I know. It is a problem. What time is it now? It's 1. It's 1 o'clock Central Time. That means, yeah. Wait, it's 1 o'clock Central Time. That means it's 11 a.m. on the West Coast, right? Time zones, man. Time zones. What's in the blue jugs? The blue bags is soil. Hello? No, you don't want a drug? Too many sober people, man.
Okay.
Damn cops trying to bust my street deal. I'm trying to give away product. God damn it. Soil for seeds, yeah. So yeah, the seeds need to be plotted in soil. We're not hydroponic. We still do the soil thing. We don't smoke on the dro. Unfortunately, we are still soil based. Yeah, you're completely out of drugs. No, you're not out. I just literally saw you at your house. You've run out. I know you've run out of product. That's why I'm trying to find you, give you more product. Are you back home now, so I can give you product? That was fast. Great. What happened? Thing reset? I mean, I'm confused. Did it go somewhere? Okay. Where's my meth? Do I just sit around for 5 minutes in real time? That's not fun. You got a lot of soil and not much seed, man. To run the product for you, I have all the staff I need. I just don't know how to do it. So like, how do I assign the staff to do? Because I got staff just sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, it's like, how do I thought I assigned them, but nothing's happening. I got all the staff, but nothing's happening. My grower can't grow because there's no seed. I'm not sure why my meth guy isn't doing anything. My cleaner's got nothing to clean. And my runner, I don't really know how to use the runner. I've got a runner who's not running. I don't know how to like make him run. So I'm confused. The clipboard, yeah, I understand that. I just don't like know what to do. Like in terms of it. So like I've got the chemist assigned. Yeah, she's assigned to the chemistry station lab bed. That's right. And then like, yeah, recipe, liquid meth, destination. Oh, maybe, yeah, maybe destination lab oven. That's the trick. Let's see if I wake up in the morning and I have any meth. Do I know anything about the civil case? Not really. Not in particular. It's kind of on pause while the criminal case is ongoing is the practical answer, but beyond that, I don't really know. Oh, okay, we got ourselves some meth. Okay. Do I have to actually personally bake the meth or what? Bake liquid meth with the oven. I do have liquid meth. Do I have to actually personally do it? Hey, wait a second. Wait, no, stop. No, wait, stop, no. I don't... Yeah, stop doing stuff. Yeah, but I'm trying to follow the prompt on screen. Bake the liquid meth. So how do I package the liquid meth now? I just put it in jars like other things? I don't know how to... What do I do? Does it go in a jar? Do you put meth in a jar? No. Do I just give meth to my dealer friends, or what do I do? While I'm waiting, let me see if I can do something in terms of the grow stuff. Get some lights or drying racks or something. You break it with a hammer. The meth that comes out of the oven, you can break with a hammer, and that can be put in jars or baggies. So I need a hammer. How do I buy a hammer? Just without the oven timer? Okay. All right, we will wait out the oven. Oven is happening. Waiting on the meth to cook, waiting for meth to cook time. 2 minutes more for meth time, for you and me. I'll keep paying my staff even though they're not doing anything. They're just that nice. I wanted like grow lights and stuff. Do I get that at the warehouse? Probably. Yeah, probably do. Is court finished? Court's finished for the day. Court's done for the day. Half day today. Full day on Monday. Jury half day, and then we get ARCA in the afternoon for whatever bullshit that's going to be. That should be exciting. What I think about a judge getting arrested for hiding someone? You mean obstruction? Obstruction is bad. Don't do obstruction. $17, $16, $15, $14, $13, $12, $11, $10, $9, $8, $7, $6, $5, $4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. Collect. Okay. No, stop. Stop cooking things. No. I need to cook the thing. No. Stop! Sorry. God damn it. I need you to stop being so efficient, so because I need apparently to cook it myself. So I'm going to disassign you. How do I remove assignments? Do I just click on it? How do I unassign a station? Select, deselect? Oh, okay. No, no, stop, stop. Okay. Now you have no assignments. Just stop doing things. Have I paid them? Yeah, they're all paid. They're actually too efficient as it happens. Right now we need to wait another 4 minutes for that to finish. All right, I now have 2 things of meth. I'm excited. How do I need to figure out how to utilize the runner. That's what I need to figure out. How do I make him from what to what? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to get him to even do, hypothetically. I'm not sure how to use him. I need to look up a guide or something for him. I could use some art on the walls too. It's a little plain in here. Live, laugh, love posters? Yeah, maybe. That would be pretty ironic for a meth facility, but I kind of like the irony. You don't think I should have posters of Breaking Bad as inspiration? I need to get myself a TV or something. Staff just patiently standing outside, waiting for something to do. Okay, cool. I now have meth. Yay. So now I can give my chemist something to do. Outstanding. Okay. What is this, Breaking Bad Roblox? Something like that. Actually, it would make more sense to set the destination for this to the packaging station. And then set the packaging station's output to this one over here, right? I have a guy who does packing for me, theoretically. You're gonna pack for me? All right. You are gonna pack for me. All right. Now we're talking. Now I've got a guy who's packing for me. Excellent. Now we're talking. All right. Cool. Now I have methamphetamine. Excellent. I really could use some individual things of meth, though, so that I can, like... Run out of product? Oh my god. They're selling too much stuff too fast. I can't keep up. Alright, I guess I'll take this and take it to my dealers. See what my dealers can do with some methamphetamine. I need more like ingredients though. I need more things. Does this guy sell the components? He sells. No, I need to go to the warehouse thing and right to buy this stuff. Okay. Well, I'm playing a game called Schedule 1. It's a drug dealing game. We're learning how to deal drugs. No, my character's not Nick. I'm playing him as myself, or my alter ego at least. I need more stuff from meth, right? Baggies and meth too. Alright, so now we're just waiting for the sun to go down so I can buy some more ingredients. Because I'm cash rich and don't have the ingredients I need for, you know, drugs. So we're just waiting for the sun to go down so I can buy some stuff. I guess I could try to let's try to so we've got some, let's try to see if we can get that dealer on my side. See if we can get some people in his neighborhood while we're waiting for the sun to go down. Oops. Do something effective with her time. Are we being a dealer? You better believe it, man. Gotta deal drugs. The market is serious. No. No, you can't body search me. Absolutely not. You can't body search me. I'm not gonna let you search me. I'm not gonna let you search me. Get away. Damn police. We'll search you just because you're dealing drugs. It's not America. Hello, would you like a drug? No? Hello, would you like a drug?
Yes, sir.
Alright. Do you like this drug? Oh, you're already in a perfect relationship with me. I don't need to persuade you. Oh. Alright, I need to find some of his friends and deal to them so he'll deal with me. Joyce. Joyce, you look like you need a drug. No? How about you, kind sir? Would you like a drug? No? You? No. We're not dealing to the officer. We tried that already. Still not friendly with your connections, huh? Who are your connections? How do I find these connections? That's what I really need to... How do I find them? Do I just have to run into them randomly? It's a little frustrating. Can't, like, say, I want to find this person or something like that. Kyle, you're a good dealer. Good. Hello. You're already in a relationship with me. I don't need to persuade you. No. This is a little frustrating at this point, I'm not gonna lie. Kevin. Okay, Kevin, what kind of drug do you like? Do you like this drug? Are you my friend now? No. Getting people to be your friends is hard. Oh, chef guy. Hey, chef guy. I would love to give you some. I'd like to give you some drug. What if I give you 2 drug, and I give it to you for like nothing? What if I give you like more drug? Would that make it even better? No, apparently giving you more drug doesn't make it easier. Okay, so you only get 1 drug then. But I will give it to you for nothing. For $1. Come on, be my friend, jerk. How about the people in the casino? You're good? How are you good? Only 94% chance of success when I'm giving it to you for $1? You're mean. Okay. No. All right, Shirley. Where's your stash box? Oh, it's next to the warehouse where I'm already at. That's convenient. And Shirley, I need more product. Pseudo? Yeah. Take 6 pseudo, please. Run out of product, of course you have. Keeping all these drug dealers full of product is very difficult, turns out. Let's purchase some stuff. Alright, so we need like 10 acid, we need like 10 phosphorus. I don't even know what we need. 10 more maybe? I don't know. A drying rack, full spectrum grow light simulates growing. That could be good. Moment growing things faster is not my problem. I guess I'll take a growing rack. Right, just waiting for the dead drop to be ready, and then I'll get that, go home, and I'll save the game, and I'm going to call it a stream. Because I'm also a little tired. buy a gun, maybe. I could buy a revolver. Though 1911 is more badass. Maybe I'll just wait for the 1911.
Huh.
Okay, my dead drop is ready. Excellent. Alleyway behind the slop shop. What the hell? Where's my stuff? Hello? Now it's time to go home. All right, guys, I'm going to save this thing and call it a stream, man. It's been a good run, but it's time for me to pack it in. All right, guys, thanks for a good stream. I will see you on Monday. Till later, I've been Uncivil Law. Hope you have a great one. Bye-bye for now.